into closed session to discuss the items agendized for closed session discussion. That would be specifically items 1 through 3, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, positions city attorney, city clerk, and city manager. And also item number 4, conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54566.9B, 2 potential cases.
Thank you, sir. Is there any speaker cards? Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
In a while.
No, just there's a delivery that came supposed to be in the yard. Came here. Oh,
It really did help.
Do you want to move forward again? First thing?
So I don't know if do I need to call Henry or do you think he'll be here in person for the meeting? I just signed his invoice and to say that it
no,
was delivered, but.
What's going on?
It's super heavy.
Let me
Do
get
we
up.
have a dolly upstairs?
Yeah, I got one.
only thing I have is our regular performance review.
Yeah, I remember we did a couple times, we had a check off list that we brought in, but you don't, I haven't seen anything
I can print out a blank one.
of what we were using.
I don't know if it was what you were using.
Yeah, print out what you have, and then I'll see that looks familiar.
I'd set my candles on them, and they gave me a migraine, I couldn't use them. So I took them out of my office and put them up, and they're all gone, so I don't have
Yeah,
to worry
they're all
about
gone, 'cause that's where I was looking. Well, who your platforms are doing?
I can't do those. And then when I went to the grand jury, I washed my hands with their soap, freaking vanilla.
Oh,
And I'm like, oh dear God, I can already feel it right here.
shit, really?
Mhm. This one's mine. Saga Hugsons doesn't let go of pet parent on reuniting with her after a long time. Beaver scares couple. If I turn the video on, I mean the volume on, yeah, I'll forget to turn it off. You see it's chasing them because it's standing on their. It's been working hard on that. Look off of it.
Damn you, Beaver.
Mm-hmm. Supposed to be the oldest one in captivity. He likes to sunbathe. Aww, what happened to his eye?
Actually cute, huh? Looks like little wolf faces.
Mm-hmm. I think skunks are super cute too. And they're playful and they got.
And the way they move.
Mm-hmm. I see them all the time in my backyard. They've gotten in somehow. I need to figure it out.
Again? Or still?
Again.
Oh, shit.
So I think our neighbors took down something on their side that used to block. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
in
Was it the one with Charlie?
San Francisco, yeah. At, what district was it? I don't know, it was somewhere out in,
I think Charlie wanted to switch and go to the one at the SAP Center because of the people that were playing with him.
I didn't know that there was one here.
We were talking about it, you, me, and him.
I didn't think that was until summer, no?
No, it was like, whatever that month we were talking about, it was that month.
Oh, no kidding. Hey, but man, I'll tell you what, in San Francisco, he put on a good show.
Yeah.
And his opening act was pretty good too. A little bit of, you know, a little bit of R&B, a little bit of old school, but that girl was spot on. And then he comes out and does his thing, and it was, yeah, man, it was worth it.
Has he ever done, like, remember how when he originally came out, he did that music to use in newer music that he wanted to do, and he didn't want to pay royalty to old school people, so that's why he created the old school music, so that he could use his own?
Yeah. So did you ever hear, cause he's got another band called Tuxedo. Did you ever hear, that Snoop Dogg song called It Ain't No Fun Unless the Homies Have Some?
Yeah.
He turned that song into an actual 1980s song instead of a rap sample. And you gotta hear it, man.
Really?
It's pretty genius the way he did it, yeah. It is.
Yeah, he can arrange, man.
Yep,
He's good.
yep. He is good. He is good.
It reminds me of, what's the song? A movie, and I forget what it was called now, but it was, Begin Again? And it had British actress. I think it was the same one in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh,
Keira Knightley,
and Keira Knightley, okay.
Adam Levine,
What? I know he can act.
the guy who played a Hulk once, not Norton. Not Norton, not Edward Norton, the other one.
Ruffalo,
Yes.
Mark Ruffalo,
Mark
yeah.
Ruffalo,
Really?
yeah. And Mark Ruffalo is that guy, he's the arranger.
Oh,
So
okay.
he comes into this like coffee house place and,
Yeah.
and, I'm not even gonna argue with you on that,
Yeah.
because I have no preference, I kinda like the Edward Norton one, because in the beginning he said, don't make me hungry, you wouldn't like it if I'm hungry, and he was speaking a different language and was screwing it all up. But anyway, that's why I like Edward Norton, I thought it was funny. In the movie, Mark Ruffalo comes in, and Keira Knightley's playing the guitar while she's singing. But he hears that, the drums, the piano, this, he starts throwing in, and I mean, he's
Really?
watching this whole thing play out, and just genius.
Really?
And then he takes her all throughout the city and a band, and they play outdoors using, different sounds from the city. It's a really
Hmm?
hey,
I gotta look that up.
hello? Hey. Good. Good time, I haven't been called into closed session yet, so. Yeah, Jerry hasn't said she's gonna go, so I'd rather wait to see if there might be a better time for her. Yeah, I know the only ones that I've gotten a response from council is Rick. He said he'll be there, but I've got them all 5 there tonight, so I'm gonna ask again. And that's February, yeah. Okay. You're good.
Huh, they got a lot of people in this movie. Begin Again. 2013.
Yeah, Jerry has not gotten back to me, so.
Man, that old, I never even
I don't know.
heard of it.
I can try her tomorrow and see what she says. Because her whole
Aya Cash. That's Johnny Cash's daughter.
That's what she doesn't know, and I think it's one of those, maybe they're on a wait list or something, so they're not sure, yeah. I think so, I think
No,
it's just a
it's
regular,
not Johnny
some
Cash.
kind of check, I think,
It's
so
not.
she just doesn't
No,
know.
it's Eugene Cash. Who's a
Oh, don't think I'm not gonna ask. Oh, I'll ask.
founding teacher. Huh.
I
What a
hope the
trip.
same, yes, thank you. Okay, all right. Bye. Last night, I bought these little mats, and Larry had them, and I put ones up, and Larry moves up. And then he gets to me, and then, hey, then I turn him around, and he goes back the other way, like,
I found the movie, Begin Again,
begin again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
2013.
Sure, 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 sure. So here's an agenda, we get there, he's asked,
Freaking hip is killing me.
moving up before Helen Bonnet, probably right after the.
So these guys already met during closed session? Did it start at 5? Oh. It started at 6.
We have speed bumps on the agenda.
Yeah. That killed me. Yeah. I'll go get my Kevlar on. Oh my god. Did you guys see the pictures that Bo Leland did of the troops?
Of the what?
He of the firefighters, got all of them, got all, of course not mine and Kenny's, because
The one on the wall?
the one on the wall,
You did those?
he did those. Dude, he's good, so like, if you guys ever need to do that again, he's the one to do it, Bo Leland. Perfection, man.
You mean take photos?
Yeah. Perfection, I'm gonna have him,
They have all in there, your, is that what it is?
yeah, in the class A's,
That's it,
yeah,
And then the last time.
yeah.
I like the way you guys did it on the wall too, with
Yeah, Phil,
the wiring.
Phil did that.
That's cool.
I didn't know he had the
Creative?
creative, right, I knew he had the handyman type of, but to come up with that interior design type of.
Oh, that HDTV.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to take you out.
House flipping, 101.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's pretty cool the way you guys got it.
It is. With the light shining up on it.
Yeah, so now we just have to see what happens with the other ones, which I think one of them Tanya was able to locate, so that's the other big one, that's for the Miradala, on Buena Vista, that's for the roundabout. We're talking about 270,000, so we need to find out. The one that we have been able to do, the one that we wanted, so 7,000, but still. Yeah.
What's
Christian,
going on?
thank you again for helping out the other day.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Appreciate
I
it.
sent you an email, along with Derek, Heidi and Marie, got, a delivery.
Yes, I responded to your,
Oh, did you?
yes. delivery address. I'm almost on it, Paul, I'm almost on it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi, Rosie.
How you doing?
Long time no see.
I know.
You guys fix your gate?
I'm sorry?
You
Yeah.
fix your gate?
Mhm.
What happened, you know?
I don't know if somebody tried to remove, there were some screws off the actual engine. So I don't know what happened. I have no idea if it was a transient or if it was one of our own trying to fix it.
Inside the,
Mhm. That's what Patrick said.
you guys got cameras there, right?
We do.
It was Patrick.
That's what I'm kinda thinking, it was Patrick.
just forgot.
Yeah.
Like there's first thing in the morning, there's 3 cars and they're.
I know.
It up, I'm like, hey, it's not opening.
Even Herschel had a park like in the front.
Yeah, that's how I went, and then I went to the truck to get the clicker,
Uh-huh.
and that didn't work, and then Mendoza came out with a sign to the top.
With the sign, it was broken. And I'm like, we just got that. The thing just got replaced
Yeah, it looks new.
like a few months ago.
Yeah.
Just don't make things like they used to.
No, absolutely not.
Sometimes that's good, sometimes it's not. Most
Well-
of it.
Hopefully it's not.
Yeah, most of it is not.
This is the first thing I do too, is talk to me.
And then where do I put the yellow paper?
The yellow paper comes to me. Just go ahead and have a seat, and when we get to that item, and you don't have to be here, you could also zoom in if you wanted to, just so you know, if it's more comfortable for you.
And a baby.
Oh, he's adorable. He's gonna be walking soon.
Wow.
He's gotta be close to 20 pounds.
Wow.
He's 19, he is solid. I got him a high chair at my house now, so when we have somebody here, so he can read with us.
You can be a part of it. That's the best.
Do you do any in-person classes?
Only one, everything else is online, so kind of,
Is that same as this?
no, East Bay, Hayward,
You gotta go to Hayward?
yeah, it's only once a week.
That's not too bad.
The rest of the time is online. Semester before was mainly online, so it's not a big deal. Um, Last semester gonna be the one where I have to be there
Oh, yeah?
every month, so I'm not looking forward to
How
that.
many more semesters do you have?
So the last time I looked, which was prior to this semester, I should have taken another class this semester, but I didn't sign up for that one. So probably 3 more semesters.
Okay. By the way, I talked to Abraham, that's for everyone, that testing needs to happen before this semester. They should have happened before the first one. Interestingly, the condition, the title of the condition is private building permit, but then the condition says you gotta do this before the first one. It's like, okay, I could kinda see how it got missed, but.
So, okay, so we're not gonna be able to record the climate like that until they do the estimate.
Right, so I was in talking with, Abraham and I mentioned, so I replied to, Eden, and I copied, you were on that email.
Yeah, so those
I
emails.
replied there, later, after 5, right? They need to just record my next one.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
it is what it is. I mean, they didn't do it on the first one, they
We'll
have to
just,
do it now.
we'll just point people in here anymore.
Yeah. So will that affect the amendment to phase 1B? Because you know how the final map for phase 1B is, got the amendment because of the title and also the owners?
Has it been recorded?
It hasn't been recorded yet.
The amendment hasn't, or the
The
map?
amendment has it. The
I thought the map
the
was.
map did, but not the amendment.
That's something I think that would be good for you to bring up with Abraham, just, and then let me know what he says. I don't,
I don't think how we could hold them back.
I would think it would be a little weird to hold them back, because Awards still owns phase 2. That's what we should tie it to. Even though they're trying to sell it, we should tie it to the phase they still own and not penalize the others, because quite frankly, we let Awards on the board.
Yeah.
That would be my take. Hey, Michael, how are you? Good, how are you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll talk to him tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't talk, I forgot about that, so we didn't even talk about that aspect of it. it's already operating, I don't know, but I mean, supposedly they would have dedicated an easement.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing a map or anything either.
Well, it wouldn't be a map, probably, it would probably just be like a plat map.
Well, you're right about, yeah. Yeah, not that I remember. And I never
Do
seen.
you know if the plan line was done in that project was happening? Cause how long you
The
been?
one across the street?
No, how long have you been?
6 years.
The plan line was done like in 2012, right? It was done before.
It was done before my time.
So the plan line was listed before the shopping center.
Correct.
So either there wasn't a mess there or there was a condition to the plan line.
But I mean, it was when that property came before us several times, like giving us ideas of what they wanted to develop. They all were under the impression that we did have, or that they did have that easement, an access easement. But it doesn't seem like that's the case because they're saying
Well,
that.
now they're saying they don't. I think maybe I think that they were assuming. They were assuming, but maybe, I mean, yeah. So the only thing I can think of is the plan department. No, if the plan line study was if we all knew they were gonna have shared access, there should have been something that was an easement part of the project. If not, the recourse is condemnation.
But I think the first thing is for them to be able to find conditions of approval or
Yeah.
a resolution.
Find the resolution, let's look at the conditions of approval, see if it was condition, and then if it was, maybe there's something in the file that shows, or the recorder's office would have proof of an easement. And it wouldn't necessarily be a right of way for us, it would be
No.
it would be a
Would be
private
for-
access easement for the neighbor.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, because that gas station should have received an estimate
Yeah.
or,
Well, my concern is that it just missed.
or like they didn't get entitlements. You think?
Well, no, that it got entitled, but the requirement to dedicate.
Was probably missed.
Yeah. And the whole planning, the whole thing for a shared driveway, may have been, that.
Which I don't see why it will be so difficult to provide an access easement when it's gonna bring more business to their, you know.
It's gonna literally put business right behind them, right? Those people are gonna walk to their store if they.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Unless they have something, I don't know, do you know, I don't know if they have some sort of facility there that they, like a tank or something like that. That could be probably good.
Yeah, now that I know of.
I think that any giving up any kind of rights of property is always, can be tricky.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta do it at the right time. You gotta force people when they need something. It's just like with everything else. It's just like with all the triggers that we have in the city. Your conditions of approval. They cannot approve you without you being. Because otherwise you won't. You'll just walk away.
And good luck trying to get them to do something afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, but if you just do this, then move on. There are very few that are honest about that. There's a few. So there was a spreadsheet that Mickey provided.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one.
Yeah. I'd asked him back in like June to keep updating this. That's like the last version we got. But there is a note. It's funny because I have an annotated version that they annotated and mitigation measure 9 or something.
9-2 is the one regarding the.
That's an A?
Yes.
Yeah. I like it. So you're gonna make us do this? So.
Yeah, it was condition 16, mitigation measure 9-2. Because I sent those to Eva.
And then there was a condition 13A, yeah.
either you go to planning commission with a conditional use permit, or you get approval from the director of the development
Well,
services.
so, I mean, obviously, that's a different, those are two different animals.
Yeah,
Does the director approval, are you saying that one of those will apply?
yeah.
It's either or, but they don't get to choose.
They don't get to choose, I think it's more like
Depends
what
on
the
the
city
project.
wants to do, yeah. You could justify the variance for setbacks because it's, affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, what do they call affordable housing? Is it affordable by design? Is it affordable by,
Well, that's a good question. What is the, that's usually spelled out. Did they do away with the lot bump per year? This is the house extension. There isn't a one per year.
of the amount of units? I know that there was something with the settlement agreement regarding what they pay for police and fire, which I think they have like a set fee for the first 372 units. But I don't recall seeing something for build out as far as like how many allocations they get per year.
Because they only extended for 5 years, so it's mathematically it was impossible, so they had to have done something. So we would check the latest extension. If you can
Yeah,
look
no, no,
at
no,
it.
the latest one.
They're supposed to submit. Oh, that's because the hundred apartments were supposed to be in affordable originally. They're referring to them as affordable.
No, I think the apartments is just multi-family. They have another.
Well, but originally, so this isn't talking about the site and architectural for 100 apartments. This is the exterior of the affordable housing unit shall be indistinguishable from elevations approved for market rate conditions in condition 18. Issuance of building permits will be allowed after approval. is the hard part. Cross-reference these things.
I think when you makes reference to a condition and then that condition makes reference to another
Well,
condition.
no, but section 2C of the settlement agreement. Yeah, that's the part. Okay. The first 320 units constructed for the project, 50 shall be affordable. Should be affordable to very low income households. Okay, so that whole thing.
But is that making reference to apartments or just single family?
I'm looking now. It says 100. There's supposed to be 100 affordable.
So it's making reference to
But this
apartments.
is the settlement agreement, not the original. So, and then that part got superseded. So then this one changes it to the 33 small lots as affordable.
Good, yeah.
So if that's the case, then the apartments don't have to be affordable then.
Right. Apartments can be market rate. Moderate income household. I bet that's why we got all the rest of it, because it says to switch from apartments to that 2D. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably why we didn't have to hold them back in the first and second half. Because phase 2 is when it triggers the 300 and something units.
So,
What is for that?
There's some of the changes made afterwards, that's why like when we go back to the irrigation rivers, they may not make sense to like the river. The SMA is only for the apartments, but yet. The map still, the map didn't show any other rivers. No, it's only the apartments.
This time, we're going to resume the meeting of February 7th, 2022. Councilmember Morales, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We'll go to roll call, please.
Councilmember Morales? Councilmember Morales?
Present.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Present.
Mayor Velasquez?
Here.
Councilmember Resendez?
Present.
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Captain Batano? Is
Here.
it Captain? Yeah. City Manager Miller?
Here.
City Attorney Epperson?
Here.
Thank you. Agenda posting. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of February 7th, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board on February 2nd, 2022 at 2:35 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a request to move E1 up, public hearing. Did you want to read that, or do you need to go ahead?
We need to move item E1, a public hearing on redistricting, noticed for a time certain of 6:30 p.m. Council, with their approval, will move to item E1 on the agenda. This is in accordance with California Elections Code 21627.1A, which states before adopting a final map, the council shall hold at least 4 public hearings at which the public is invited to provide input regarding the composition of one or more council districts, and Section D, if a public hearing is consolidated with a regular or special meeting of the council that includes other substantive agenda items, the public hearing shall begin at a fixed time regardless of its order on the agenda, except that the council may first conclude any item being discussed or acted upon, including any associated public comment when that time occurs. The time of the public hearing shall be noticed to the public, and it was noticed for 6:30 p.m.
Is there a consensus from the council to move the item up?
Yes.
Yes. We'll now move to item E1.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, tonight we will be introducing Ordinance 1206, which will be adjusting the council district boundaries in accordance with the results of the 2020 federal decennial census per California state law AB 1276 and amending municipal code chapter 2.04. The areas that we have to adjust 2.04 will be the section numbers. I'm just going to skip to tonight, February 7th, 2022, a regular city council meeting is the 5th public hearing to introduce ordinance number 1206 and for our council to vote on the new district map plan number 4. As of January 21st, 2022, the city clerk's office had not received any comments, emails, phone calls, submissions of maps, and no comments on social media from the public in regards to redistricting. Councilmember Morales provided the city clerk's office one email, which is attached. No other council members reported receiving any communications. Staff is recommending that the city council, 1, hold the 5th public hearing on the redistricting process, receive public comment, and 2, read by title only waive full reading, and introduce ordinance number 1206, an ordinance adjusting council district boundaries in accordance with the results of the 2020 federal decennial census per California State Law AB 1276 and amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.04. Title of the ordinance would be an ordinance of the City of Hollister adjusting council districts boundaries in accordance with the results of the 2020 federal decennial census per California State Law AB 1276 and amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.04. I do have Shelley on if you should have any additional questions or want to see any of the other maps. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Okay, at this time we'll open for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. At this time we will now close public hearing. Is there any questions or comments from council? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have to make the motion by, go ahead and read that by title only.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
My motion is to read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce ordinance number 1206 with map plan number 4, an ordinance adjusting council district boundaries in accordance with the results of the 2020 federal decennial census per California State Law AB 1276 and amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.04.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. There's a second. Correct, sir?
Correct.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5. Oh, motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to now move back to the beginning of the agenda. We're going to go back to the closed session. We have not completed our work in closed session, so we're going to, as this part of the meeting finishes, we'll go back into closed session
Oh, I see, after the open session?
after the open session.
Okay, so currently there'd be no report out of
There's no
closed
report
session.
out yet. Just wanted to let you know that's
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
I'd like to pull number 2.
Item 2?
Mhm.
2. Do we have any from the public?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt consent agenda as presented by staff, other than item A2.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. Mr. Perez, if you didn't hear.
Second, sorry.
No, it's, I just wasn't sure if you might. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. We will now move to item A2. Ms. Morales?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to be voting no on the warrant register. I know it's a necessary part of our business. It is extremely difficult as city council member to make decisions when we don't have the totals, the percent that were paid for, in order for, at least for me, to be more fiscally responsible. I did ask for that. I know they're working on it. I know it's been a couple of meetings, but it is necessary to have basic information for city council, at least for me, to make decisions on budgetary expenditure, because our budget is limited. And so I want to make sure that we're looking at the bigger picture as we approve expenditures, and that there's at least a minimum of the basic information we need to make decisions.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? I would just say to go look at the budget binder so you can see what each category, so you understand the numbers, how they were got to that point. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt item A2.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I'm voting no.
Oh, but
4-1.
4-1. We're now going to move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Loretta Avina.
Good evening, council members. It's nice to see all of you. I'm here tonight to talk about an item that has been prevalent in our city for quite a few years. I'm talking about the unlicensed food vendors that are prevalent every weekend on our corners of our streets. Specifically, the one that's really come to my attention because it's close to where I live is on Memorial and Hillcrest. This is a public health issue. These are unlicensed vendors and they do not hold a health permit. This is a liability for the city because should anyone who by their free choice purchase an item and then ingest it and become sick can essentially hold the city liable because this falls under the city's watch. I have called on numerous occasions the non-emergency police line and have asked an officer to go out there and cite them. Nothing has been done. I don't know what else to do. It is not fair to the good citizens in our community that play by the rules and have businesses and pay the business license fees, have the health permits, etc. It's not fair to them. It's taking business away from them. And I also ask, where do these individuals go to use the restroom? Where do they wash their hands? It's not right. I'm asking you, council members, to please finally take some action. We do not have a code enforcement officer with HPD during the weekend. I've already looked into that. I have personally approached in a kind manner these people, and I have asked them in Spanish and English if they possessed a health certificate. Nope. And a business license. They do not. This is also ongoing with county, and I'll be speaking at the BOS meeting tomorrow. Please do something about this. Again, it is not fair. You are opening yourselves up to big lawsuits. I don't have much sympathy for anyone who buys something from these people and gets sick, but the reality is that you are liable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mia Casey.
Unmute. Hi, this is Mia Casey from Hollister. I submitted a letter to each of you regarding a recent Planning Commission decision to grant a 1 million square foot fulfillment distribution center known as Project Almond a conditional use permit. I had intended to file an appeal for reconsideration last week, but discovered that Hollister has no separate process other than that which is filed by an applicant or landowner, and it requires a substantially prohibitive $3,700 fee to file. I'm not sure why the city of Hollister does not have an appropriate process for the general public to be able to file an appeal. I know San Jose's planning department does have one with a fee that is much less than one required for landowners and developers. Regardless, Project Almond needed to obtain this CUP because, according to Mr. Prado, and I quote, the Industrial Park Business Park Zoning District does not permit warehouse use within the district. This should have raised red flags, but instead the CUP was rubber stamped and pushed forward by the Planning Commission. The CEQA Environmental Impact Report that was completed on this industrial park is over 20 years old. At that time, no consideration or review was done regarding impacts from a massive warehouse, fulfillment, and distribution center. It's bad enough that we've got Amazon warehouse pushed through so quickly, but this facility is going to be 8 times larger than Amazon. The damage to our community will be significant, including the addition of 200 semi-trucks and 80 vans every day to an already overburdened Highway 25 and 156, significant wear and tear to roadways from huge trucks and vans, and an increase to our air pollution from all the additional vehicle travel. While the city did conduct a traffic study for Project Almond, it primarily focused on traffic flow. Their solution was to force the businesses to adhere to a daily schedule of the time trucks can travel to lessen traffic impact. The study didn't consider wear and tear, nor did it review the impact to our air quality. You know, I'm a staunch supporter of new business for our city and county, and I'm certainly not trying to stop this project, but quality of life for residents is also very important, and that's why I'm speaking today. I'm asking each of you to please reconsider whether this conditional use permit should be allowed to stand or whether further CEQA review is warranted. I fear we are heading down a path that will impact our community and way of life for decades to come. Now is the time to act to temper and protect the public against those impacts. I urge this city council to agendize this topic. I would like to see a reversal of the conditional use permit until an amended CEQA review of this massive project is completed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas?
Good evening, council members. I was wanting to speak on item E1, and I was surprised by the time I got on that you guys had already discussed it. I'm not sure why you decided that that one item was so important that it had to come up as the first item without the public getting the opportunity to speak on it. And you've passed a few, have a couple of votes already, and I noticed that you're not following the SB 391 rules that you must do roll call votes so that the public knows who's voting for what and how on each line item. That's stated that if you're going to be doing it by Zoom, that you must do that. And I strongly recommend that you start doing that, please, so that we know who's voting for what and how they're voting. Would be greatly appreciated. And again, I am very, very much in favor of economic development. And it's exciting to see a new project coming in. You know, it's a long time coming to get some development, economic development businesses coming in over in the area of the airport. Although if the report is 20 years old, I don't understand why the Planning Commission and or the council would try to approve anything without bringing it up to date. Mayor, you're always complaining about all these houses and all this traffic, and so is Councilman Resendez. And so it surprises me that you would allow something like this, knowing that it's going to bring in some traffic, that you wouldn't go through the proper channels and get a more updated report on what is going to be happening and how it's going to impact the city of Hollister. So if you all could do that, I would be really appreciative. I'd also like for you all to bring back to an agenda to discuss. I know you got a report, but you must discuss as a council member trying to get Gavilan College hooked up to Hollister sewer system. If you do not approve that the Gavilan get hooked up to Hollister, you're placing the college funds that are our tax dollars to be lost and returned and turned over to Santa Clara County. And that would not look good on any of yours watch, that you have the opportunity to have this project go forward. So please, the future agenda, and soon try to make it so that we can get going on this college project. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Victor Gomez?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, City Manager Miller. This is Victor Gomez representing the applicant of a pre-zone application, Resolution 2021-147, that was considered last year. And again, I brought this up at the last City Council meeting, but unfortunately it was kind of shoved aside. The resolution included an initiation of pre-zone and expansion of the sphere of influence for 2 parcels near Union Road and Ladd Lane. So I'm here once again requesting that that resolution be brought back before the council now that the applicant and his family are in better health and we're all prepared to advance this discussion. Additionally, the preferred map in your next general plan, the General Plan Advisory Committee's preferred map has these parcels at the desired zoning. So we understand that this will be consistent with your vision of growth. Now, if you'd like to see a higher density, as was mentioned by the mayor last time, this hearing could also give us and you clear direction as to where you plan to go with this property. Allowing the property owner to share his thoughts on the general plan designation would only be fair, don't you think? The city council last year passed a policy making it illegal for me to speak outside of city council meetings to any of you. So we are now asking to do just that, as you wanted, bring this item back for a full transparent discussion on the potential project and zoning. So if you were being sincere, then let's get this on a future agenda. And all it takes is just one of those no votes from last year to ask for this item to be brought back. With that said, I'm requesting that this resolution be brought back at your next available meeting, either through your city manager's report coming up next or during your city council reports under G2. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to item D, but before we do, City Attorney, one thing I do want to clarify, the item E1. First, we don't need to do a roll call vote because we are here, but on this item being a public hearing, is that something that requires a roll call vote?
Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Because we all are here, it does not need to be done by a roll call, and it was handled appropriately, and you stated what the result of the vote was. I did hear, and I'm sorry, I think it was Councilmember Morales stated
Voted
that
no.
she was a no vote.
Yes.
So I think that was clear that the motion was adopted 4-1.
Okay. Just want to make sure for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to item, the city manager's report.
Correct, thank you, Mayor. So, in regards to code enforcement for the unlicensed business, especially on Memorial and Hillcrest, we'll look into that. I think there's a gray area if that's the county or us, but I do know code enforcement is planning on going out on the near future, one of these weekends, to address some of those vendors, because we agree that we do not want unlicensed vendors. In regards to CEQA for Project Almond, we have been reassured over with our CEQA expert that we had followed the rules correctly, and so hopefully that addresses that item. And that's all I have to report.
I think it's, again, if you could mention to the public that a traffic study was done for this, as I
Correct,
understand
yeah.
it. So I think it's
Traffic study
important.
and analysis, and there's also other items that they have to do for that in that location. So we are working with them right now with the different agreements.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to item D2.
D2, actually for myself, I just last week attended the city managers conference where I got some great ideas, met some good mentors, as this was the first conference I've gone to for the city managers, mostly because of COVID. And so I appreciate the council for allowing me to go. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, sir. We're now going to move to item E2. It's a public hearing also.
Ordinance number 1207, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Chapter 8.28 Noise Ordinance Restrictions on Noise Levels in Residential and adding Section 8.28.025 Downtown Mixed Use District Noise Standards. This ordinance will amend the established noise ordinance and include decibel level and time restrictions to noise being generated, and add a new section, 8.28.025, concerning the downtown mixed-use district noise levels. This is the first reading and introduction of this ordinance. Recommendation, read by title only, waive full reading, hold public hearing, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Chapter 8.28 by adding Section 8.28.025, Downtown Mixed-Use District Noise Standard.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So I was wondering about the part of the ordinance that says remain anonymous. Is this a common practice? And if not, what is the rationale behind that?
It is a common practice. There is a lot of citizens that do want to remain anonymous due to retaliation from their neighbors.
That's what I figured, but I had that question. And then the other thing, it said numerous complaints. So are the numerous complaints from the same person, or are they a number of different people? I was wondering about that.
Normally, it can be from the same neighbor, but I mean, it can come from the surrounding area as well.
And then I was just going to suggest next time we have an ordinance, if we're going to change something, and if we can strike out what was changed exactly so that we can see what part of the ordinance was changed. And that should be, I think, for everybody. Those are my questions. Thank you so much for answering those.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Captain, I'm wondering, is, when somebody violates this, it's clear to me the goal is to get their voluntary compliance, having read the proposed ordinance. However, when somebody fails to cooperate, will they be issued a citation? I thought I read that.
Yes,
And
correct, sorry.
No, so can you confirm, is it gonna be a criminal citation or an administrative citation?
It would be an administrative.
Okay, and so, the appeal process or the due process for that, I presume that's covered in another part of the municipal code, so that if you gave me one and I didn't agree with it, I could contest it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, will it be the property owner, or would it be the party, if it was a party, if it was a party, would it be the party giver, or would it be both?
If there's a responsible that shows while the officer is there and willing to take the citation would be provided to the person taking responsibility for that. Loud music noise complaint. If nobody is taking responsibility, it would go to the homeowner of the residence.
Thanks. And this may be getting beyond the scope of council. I would recommend that both the party owner and the property owner receive the citation, but I'll trust in your guys' judgment. And where are the specific penalties for the citation described? You know, so if I get one, is it $100, is it $200, $500? Do we have something that clearly defines that?
I can do some research for you and provide that for you.
Okay.
And give you the accurate numbers.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. And as you and I have recently discussed in other conversations, not council direct related, I'd also like to see there be a component in this ordinance or a specific ordinance that talks about finding people for multiple police responses, kind of similar to when you have multiple police alarm, burglar alarm calls, something very much along that line, because we know this is a significant drain on our limited resources. And my sense is when people respond to different noise complaints, you know, it's one thing if it's an air conditioner on somebody's house, something different if you've got a party with 100 people. My sense is you'd send more than one officer, and I would like to see us aggressively pursue cost recovery in those issues. And so I just put that out as a request as well. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you, Mayor. Similar questions. I'll get to the point. So I would like for anyone who's complaining to actually provide their name, but for it not to be published, because I think that we also need to keep in mind that, you know, there's a due process. And so if somebody wishes to contest and say, I feel like they're utilizing the system, which has happened before, as retaliation, that it can go both ways. So I want to be able to address those issues. So that's a due process issue. I also have heard, so first of all, thank you for the ordinance. There are residents that have concerns about noise. Their concerns have been that staff don't, lack of staffing in order to enforce the issues. And at least the people that I spoke to wish to not cause harm in terms of financial penalties. They would like to see a mutual agreement. So they're happy to have the issue resolved, but if it doesn't, then they get really frustrated and actually want for them to be fined. So I like to see a balanced approach for this. This is a concern, I think, for many residents, especially when it's a combination of residential and commercial. But we also need to make sure that it's balanced in terms of the people that are complaining and the people that are causing the noise.
Is that it, ma'am? Okay. I want to say thank you. This has been an ongoing problem for years, and it's very frustrating to have the police department go out over and over again and really can't do anything because nobody would sign a complaint in the past. And I can understand that. It's some neighbors can intimidate others, and I think this answers that problem, because if the call comes out again, the officer does show up and that noise is still going on, that officer can then issue the citation. So I think this finally answers that problem. I think much of the community would be appreciative of it. Sometimes, it's nice if you can just ask your neighbors to please, be considerate of others. Some just don't care, and that's what this is all about. So I appreciate that we got to this point, and I also appreciate that the staff has moved forward on the downtown zone. So that was a lot of good work done by staff, and I appreciate all you guys' hard work on this. So at this point, we're going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Jason Noble?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I must apologize. When I signed up for the Zoom meeting, the request was to be heard under public comment, not under this agenda item, and I was not called upon. May I take 30 seconds to indulge you?
Unfortunately, no, we can't. It has to be on this item, sir.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My apologies, Jason. Elia Salinas?
Thank you. Good evening again. So it would be very interesting to know how many times must law enforcement respond to the location by one individual calling, and then they respond, and I know lack of staffing, they don't respond. By the time they respond, it's over and done with, and then they'll call again the next day or the next weekend. So I know that those things can happen, as well as numerous phone calls. But then if you do go out there and it's witnessed by the officer, then the officer can do a citation. And I would be very interested, as Councilman Burns, what is going to be the penalty? And then there is an appeal process. And let's say the penalty is just $100. I'm just saying $100. The appeal process, can you confirm that it's going to be $1,000? Because that is currently the city policy is, if you're going to appeal something, it costs you $1,000. You have to pay the $1,000 before you can appeal it. So if there's a citation issued and they would like to appeal on good grounds, it would deter them from appealing because of the $1,000 appeal fee. So that's really important for a lot of people. That's a lot of money, regardless of whether or not they're entitled to have received a citation. Many things can happen why citations are issued once the officer gets there. It's an administrative fee, so it's not going to go on their record. But is there a way to keep track of how many times you go out there a month? And if you keep going out there and you keep citing people, then what's the next step if it's all administrative? I appreciate this because I know many people complain about this, but they also complain about the lack of law enforcement being unable to respond. And then, of course, on the other side, like I'm saying, since it's administrative, what is the process? What is the fees? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Jennifer Coyle?
Thank you. I have 3 points. Enforcement of the proposed ordinance, enforcement of the current construction noise ordinance, and setting appropriate penalties. Section D of 8.28.020 in the draft ordinance before you states, city personnel cannot be the complaining party. Enforcement of the noise ordinances will only occur once a complaint has been made. But one of the criteria are decibel levels. How are the decibel levels measured to determine when they exceed the limits that are specified in this ordinance? If city staff has the proper equipment, why can't they file the complaint? Point number 2, another part of the municipal code in the zoning ordinance, section 17.16100A, deals with noise of commercial construction activities on and contiguous to residential properties, that they shall be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, and shall be prohibited on Sundays and federally recognized holidays. I live on Severinson Street, adjacent to the Via del Pinars project on Cushman. They start construction before 7 on many weekdays and before 8 on Saturdays. They worked all day on Martin Luther King Day and federal holiday. But these are times of day when there is no enforcement staff on duty. So is there any point in leaving a message on the code enforcement voicemail? Or should we call the police after hours number? Should neighbors document the violations by making recordings on their cell phones? Because otherwise, how would you know? You're not there to witness it. Third point is the penalties for violating the noise ordinance, both the proposed one and the current. Laughable. $100 first offense, $250 second offense, $500 third offense. These should be tripled. To a developer like Mr. Valles, it's peanuts to pay if he can keep his crew working outside of legal hours. I urge strong penalties for this updated ordinance and the zoning ordinance dealing with construction noise. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Early?
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to identify myself that I'm here. As many of you know, I'm your consultant for the general plan, and I was also asked by staff to write the portion of the amended ordinance that is regarding the downtown. If you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them. So I just wanted to let you know I'm available.
Thank you, sir.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. This time we will close public hearing. Come back to council. Is there any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. Not so much questions. I think that the council and the public brought up some good points, and I'm not 100% entirely comfortable with the way the ordinance is written now. What I would like to see is for you to take all the feedback from the council and the public and to come back with an ordinance that's a little bit more specific. I think that the member of the public that brought up the point about the decibel level, I think that was a very good point, right?
It's in here.
Do we have the tools to identify what the decibel level is? And if we do, then why can't law enforcement go ahead and enact that? Also, I really appreciate the work that you put into it and the consideration for the downtown businesses, the protection for the businesses. Why can't we just identify what that is too? Why it sounds a little bit vague to me, like we're going to, I forget where it is, but it says we should consider, but why can't we just identify that now, what that decibel level is for the businesses and write that into it, right?
It is in there, sir.
What the decibel level is for the businesses?
Yes.
Okay. And then the names, I'm not sure if I necessarily need their names. I just want to ensure that it's not just one person, so to speak, that is filing the complaint a number of times. I guess I need more clarity on that. And Councilwoman Morales did bring up a good point as far as due process goes and being fully transparent with that. So those are my concerns. I'm not 100% comfortable with the way it's written now, and I'd like to see exactly what was stricken out of the old one versus the new one. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple final thoughts as well. Mr. Miller, can you explain what the hardship waiver process is for appeal? Because I get it. If I'm getting, as Ms. Salinas suggested, a $100 ticket and it's going to cost me $1,000 to appeal it, it's definitely going to have a chilling effect on the due process. And so I presume that there is a formal process for appeal, and it would be if the party could prove that they didn't have the means. And then again, I think the cost of the appeal shouldn't be so excessive that it discourages people from trying to exercise their due process. Can you speak to that, sir?
Yeah, you are correct. We do have a hardship waiver form that the individuals fill out, and then we will get back to them and verify that information. And most times those are honored. I think the more times we're a little bit stricter is for fireworks. But if somebody does not meet the hardship waiver, they are to pay their fine, as one of our speakers said. Most of our admin citations start at $100, so that they would have to pay that part, so it's not a prohibited amount.
Thank you. The other question or comment for you is, I presume that as a general law city that we're required to follow the government code, and government code, as I understand it, speaks to the fines specifically.
Correct.
And frankly, I couldn't agree more with one of our speakers about how unfortunately it could in essence be the cost of doing business. But I also believe there could be a stricter interpretation. For example, if the first fine is $100, the second one's $250, and the third is $500, and you could have multiple violations in the same day. So if the police responded and gave them an hour to turn it down, they didn't. They go back, they give them a ticket for $100. They go back in an hour, they give them a ticket for $250. They go back and give them a third ticket that same day or any day thereafter. And as I understand most administrative stuff, that third fee then becomes the fee for the remainder of the year. So every time thereafter, you're at $500.
Correct.
And ultimately, under this proposed process, I believe you could cloud the title to the parcel if there's an APN associated with it, and you could lien the property. And so I would like to see more effort there. And I would agree with Mr. Resendez as well. I'd like to see a more robust conversation about it, but I would like it to move forward. I do recall having one of the residents in my community call and complain, and I know our chief was very concerned about that. And I don't know if this was the end result of that or not. I know that you guys were going to look at something I thought that the city of Salinas was doing, but either way, I think we could drill down further and be more clear and have a more broader presentation, potentially maybe a PowerPoint presentation or something to answer those questions. Not so much for me or the council, but for the community as well. Thank you,
Sounds
Mr. Miller.
No problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Great points by everyone. I do appreciate this. It's been difficult over the years because, again, people will have a party, the police show up, nobody signs a complaint, police leave, party happens again, and it's back and forth. Now that's wasting a lot of time from the officers. As I understand this, I want to make sure we're clear on this. The first time is not to issue a citation, it's to give them a warning, please turn this down. Second time is when the administrative ticket is issued. So there is a process there to say, hey, do us a favor, do your neighbors a favor, please turn this down, have a good time, and hopefully we don't have to come back. I do like the fact, as Mr. Burns pointed out, if we keep coming back, it keeps going up. The decibel levels listed, residential districts 55 during the day, 50 in the evening. So I think that part's covered, and we have the equipment that will handle reading those levels.
Oh, yeah, in regard to the equipment, you can download an app onto your phone and be able to record them yourself. So, I mean, having the equipment will be very easy for us.
Okay, we want to make sure we're covering that part. As far as the construction noise, I understand what the person that brought the concerns are. I think that is, if a site is doing the work outside of the hours, I think at that point, this is where planning or building department has to come down with a red tag or something and say, hey, look, you violated this rule, you're shut down for a day or two, or whatever the penalty would be, so we don't have that kind of behavior.
Yeah, they get shut down, and then they also get an administrative fine also.
So in this case, as pointed out, that the company was working on a holiday, nobody's there to stop them. The resident makes a call to the police department. It's logged. Nobody can really come out at that point, or the police do come out and they keep working.
Actually, I will say, I didn't drive by that one, but on Martin Luther King Day, I did drive through another construction site and saw that they were working, and I had our our Public Works inspector come out, shut them down, and then also code came out and wrote them up some fines. So they were just lucky I didn't drive by that day.
Well, and unfortunately, we have a resident that didn't get that kind of attention that
Correct.
day. And very valid points. It's a holiday. They want to rest and relax. What is, besides a fine that day, how do we come back later and say, okay, look, you're not following the rules. We're going to shut you down for a day. I mean, there has to be another process. This is not part of that. I understand that.
Right.
But with the building department, we need to work on something to really enforce some of those rules.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, before the motion, David Early has his hand up. I don't know if he can maybe answer some of these, or what do you want to?
Mr. Early, did you have a comment?
I only wanted to, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but there was a question as to whether there was a specific noise limit regarding the downtown in the ordinance. And Mr. Mayor, you did already answer that before I raised my hand. So I don't need to comment further, but I do want to confirm that the text of the noise ordinance does have a numerical limit for decibels for the downtown that is purposely higher than the one for residential areas. And it is a specific decibel level that's in the ordinance.
Thank you, sir. There was a motion or another comment, sir?
Actually, a question. I was wondering if Mr. Epperson could clarify, because I think, you know, unfortunately, law enforcement works in a beyond a reasonable doubt field, and administrative citations and civil things are preponderance of the evidence. Mr. Epperson, if you could speak to that, because I'm not convinced, frankly, a day after, if that person would have ran video like they suggested they would, I would think that that could be used as evidence as long as there was a clear flow of that from that party to the code enforcement officer to move forward at that point. And maybe, you know, at that point, it's already after the fact, but you could still issue that citation. And Mr. Epperson, could you speak to that, please?
Certainly, Councilmember Burns, and you were correct. That would be a preponderance of the evidence standard, which, just to clarify for everyone, means more likely than not. That it was guilty or more than likely than not guilty. That's the standard, as opposed to beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a much, much higher standard. I would ask, can I just have a moment to
Yes, sir.
make one other statement? The changes that are proposed here, I think, has been very helpful for staff to hear what the council has to say. But they're significant enough that the staff will need to bring it back again for a first reading. Just wanted everyone to be clear on that. So I would ask that if you make a motion, it would be simply to bring it back pursuant to the direction that's been given, or you could just give direction to staff. We can move on to the next item at whatever point you're ready to do so.
And what changes would be significant enough that you heard?
Well, what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember, on a simpler one, Councilmember Resendez was asking that it be brought back with changes, deletions struck through and other things underlined, additions and that sort of thing. A greater discussion, or perhaps even laying out in this code exactly what those administration fines would be. Considering whether something is fined for multiple violations, and if so, if it can be recovered, if multiple police officers have to appear at the scene as opposed to just one. A discussion of how the decibel levels will be measured. That may or may not actually end up in the ordinance, but that's a concern as well. And then, although the city manager pointed out that we do have a waiver, a hardship waiver available, perhaps specifying that in the ordinance. Now, if that's not the case, or I didn't understand correctly, then perhaps we don't have to bring it back for a first reading again.
Thank you, sir.
But that goes beyond, if we were actually going to bring something back that incorporated all of those changes, that goes beyond the typographical error, small corrections, that sort of thing, that's normally expected if you don't have to bring it back for another first reading.
Mayor, real quick, I don't have the code numbers, but for municipal fines, that is already stated in our municipal code plus the appeal process. But like I said, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Right.
They are stated.
I could correct that. That's going to be done here pretty soon.
Okay, Mr. Early, yeah. Okay, Mr. Resendez, do you have another comment, sir?
Well, I mean, if we're just talking about, if we've got somewhere where it's talking about administrative fines, then that's taken care of. And just striking through, I don't think that we should have to bring that back just to show that it's what's stricken through or what's not. I think those were the two major ones.
Okay, if those are the major ones, then this probably qualifies as a first reading.
Okay.
Okay,
So
sir.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Was there a motion? I asked for a motion.
Move to adopt.
I thought I heard a motion earlier. There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second.
I'm sorry, just for the record, Councilmember Resendez, would you mind actually reading the recommendation, assuming that's your motion? I'm sorry to be a stickler.
I motion that we adopt ordinance number 1207, an ordinance of the City of Hollister, amending Chapter 8.208 noise ordinance, restrictions on noise levels in residential, and adding Section 8.28025 downtown mixed-use district noise standards.
There's a motion. Okay. Now there was a second. I think I ended up seconding that. So we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
No.
I'd like to make a counter motion.
Okay, sir.
I'd like to recommend that it be brought back for first reading to a date specific. And I would like to actually see references in the ordinance specifically to the fines, the penalties, the appeal process, because I think my problem is, and I'm 100% supportive of this, I'm going to be the biggest cheerleader for it, but when you get a layperson trying to navigate through the Hollister Municipal Code, they're not going to know where to go to find that stuff. And I think it's really important, you know, to call it out as part of the ordinance so that it's unquestionable and it's clearly defined. And then to our community in reviewing that proposed ordinance prior to the council meeting, if they have specific questions, they can be raised at that time, and those questions could then be answered. But I'm 100% supportive. I just think it'd be a better package to bring it forward with the clarity. And so that would be my recommendation, to bring it back to a date specific for the first reading. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Morales.
I'm sorry. The ordinance should be clear. It shouldn't have residents contacting their city council, then the city manager, then the code enforcement, and continuous follow through. It's a lot of time and energy and resources for something where if we strengthen the policy and make it clear, it would be more efficient. Our residents would be less, or a little bit less frustrated with the noise and actually have the outcomes that we were intending to. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So just for clarity, the process is calling the police department. It's never about calling the council members first, correct? It was straight to the police. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I always recommend if they're in this situation or if there's an emergency situation, please call 911. That's what they're there for. If you call the council member or myself, all it does is delay response.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That is correct. I think when residents are frustrated with the current process, then they reach out for the next layer to obtain support. And that's why we're seeing these issues come up, is because the current system's not working and we need to strengthen that process.
Thank you. The only, if I can, sir, Mr. Burns mentioned something I thought was very important. He mentioned the first fine, second fine, and then the third fine. And anything after that, from that point on, is the third fine level, correct? So if the following week the person has another disturbance at that residence, that is a level. And make sure that's clear on the rewrite.
Okay, we can do that.
Mr.
And I
Burns,
believe
is
you're
that
correct, Mr.
what
Mayor.
you were is that, did I hear you correctly?
Yes, Mayor, I would consider that a strict interpretation of the code.
Yeah.
So if the fines were 100 for the first offense, 250 for the second, and 5 for the third, and every subsequent offense during the next 364 or 5 days of the year, depending on when the first and second one occur. You know, because at that point, $500 a pop, if that's what the government code says the fine can be, that's going to get somebody's attention eventually.
And that's the other part I was going to ask you, sir, for your councils. under general law city, the max fine we can issue is a $1,000 fine. So is that
But-
level, are you willing to go higher with that third fine?
Yes, I mean, I would, let's light it up.
Yeah.
Whatever the government code says,
Government code
gives us
allows
the-
us to go as a general law city to $1,000, so I
yeah,
wanted to make sure of
yeah.
that.
No, yeah, I'm
Okay.
100% supportive of that.
Thank you, sir.
So is council requesting the fourth offense to go from,
The
so
third
100, 250, 500 to 1,000 for the
No, the third offense.
third
would be-
offense to go for 100, 250 to 1,000?
I would say whatever the max under the government
code Okay.
is that regulates that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Resendez, you had another comment?
No, I was just going to say, I'll second the motion. I'm just wondering for what date?
The date would be the 22nd, is that correct? Time certain, the date certain? Would that make it by that time? The 22nd? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that is the motion. Mr. Burns? Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, correct.
Okay. And then there was a second, Mr. Resendez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move to item F1.
I'm sorry, motion carries 4-0?
Five.
I also
5-0.
heard 4-0.
I
I'm
heard
sorry.
4-0, 5-0, yes? Thank you.
Did I say 4-0? Oh, boy.
That was a year ago.
The medication's wearing off. Or it's kicking in. All right, we'll move to item F1.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is requesting an approval for a supplemental appropriation from Fund 216 to purchase additional speed humps. As the council know, we're doing a lot of traffic calming throughout the city, so this will be the time to purchase additional speed humps as we start to run low on some of the speed cushions that we have. Within the staff report, there's 3 different quotes for the council to direct staff as far as moving forward with 100 locations, 200 locations, or 300 locations.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, to be clear, that was 200 locations, or is that 200 cushions, 400 cushions and 600 cushions?
No, so that's just the quantity. So when they do one location, there's going to be several speed humps. So that's why they quantify it as locations instead
Okay.
of individual speed humps.
Okay.
So in this case, will be for 100 locations, 200 locations, and 300 locations.
Okay. And so one of the things at the previous conversation, Mr. Miller, I think you mentioned that the county and the city of San Juan Bautista had expressed some interest as well. And I think one of my concerns was we were looking at maybe some volume discount pricing. And when I look at the 200 locations, that pencils out to be $957.93 per location. The 400 was $956.16, and the 600 was $956.56. So I've apparently misunderstood, but so thank you, first of all, for doing speed cushions on at least 2 of the streets in my district. I appreciate that, and I'm getting a lot of positive feedback on that. But it's my understanding, typically in a standard street, that what I've seen is they do three cushions, maybe 4. But so what is the price per cushion? Because, you know, if I'm looking at location versus cushion, I normally I think more is better, but in this case I think less would be better until we see where it is, because I'm cheap. And I would like to see what the county and the city of San Juan Bautista say, and if there is a way to reduce the cost. And so I'm still confused. I understand the dollars, understand what you said, location versus cushion. But so, for example, in the 200 locations, how much are we talking per location per cushion? Is that the $957.93 correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So even though I didn't understand it correctly, I came out, this is where I don't have to show the math apparently, and I still got the right answer. So All right, that's,
Yeah,
those are
and
my questions.
unfortunately, a lot of times, the more you buy, the better deal you get. But on this, you could see that you're saving about $1,400 if you go from 100 locations to 200, and from the 200 to the 300, you're saving about $1,400 as well.
Right, and that's a lot of money. Thank you, sir.
Sure, and I think, and I understand the, the confusion. I'm looking at this also. So just to be clear for everyone, you see in the quantity it says 200 and quantity 400, quantity 600. There's something wrong there. It's really 100 rows, and a row would consist of 3 cushions.
Correct.
200 rows would be the next price, or 300 rows. And so everyone understands there might be a street, I think you experienced it on yours, where it might take 4 rows. So that might change how many are out there. But I think it's, and you pointed out 100, 200, 300. So that's really the numbers. The quantities here, for some reason, make it a little more confusing.
The reason why the quantities are confusing is because on the tables that you see, it's only showing the cushion, but along with the cushion, there's also the anchors that go down.
Yeah.
So that's why the quantities don't match the 100 location.
Right. So I just want to make sure that it's 100 rows, 200 rows, or 300 rows. And I did speak with the county and San Juan Bautista at our intergovernmental meeting, and they were very excited about having the opportunity to have some installed in their communities also. So I told them we could work with them if we chose to, if this council voted to move forward. Any other questions? Vice Mayor Perez?
So, just to make it more confusing, so we got 3 per row, and actually, from my recollection, I got a crazy headache. From my recollection, there's 3 rows per 600 feet. Because isn't that the distance of the area that's supposed to be?
Are you referring distance between cushion to the following cushion?
No, in the total area. I'm not sure. Do you remember, Abraham?
What do you?
Because they're supposed to be, the speed humps are supposed to be in a 600-foot area, correct?
Between the next set, you're saying?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so typically it's within 500 feet. So it depends. A lot of times it could be less, it could be more. We have to take into account that we don't want to place the speed humps if it's on somebody's driveway, so that may reduce the distance. But typically it's about 500 feet between one speed cushion to the next one.
And so with that, you can put like 5 rows if you want, or is there a limit per rows of rows to put per street?
That will depend on the street as well. So a lot of the streets only require 3 speed cushions. There's going to be some cases where you're going to be required to have 4. As far as distance, it all depends on the speed limit as well, how fast are they going. So typically, like I said, usually you want to have speed humps every 500 feet. But there is not a standard for us to say, okay, this street is going to get 6 rows or 7 rows. It all depends once we do the traffic study.
Okay. And the traffic study is being done by the city or by Kimberly Horn?
We do it together. So the city does the traffic counts. We collect the data for volume and speed, and then Kimberly Horn does the analysis as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Santos?
Thank you. Yeah, I want to hear from the city manager. Where are we at with the county and with the city of San Juan Bautista? Are we going to purchase these and then we're going to give them some of these and they're going to buy them from us? Are they going to come in with us? What's the plan moving forward with that?
Yeah, in talking with both San Juan Bautista and the San Juan Bautista city manager and the CAO for the county, they are interested. They haven't fully committed, but what we would do is buy them, and then we would actually we would sell them to them, and plus our cost of staff to put them in, because our staff are becoming an expert at it, and that way, like say San Juan Bautista wouldn't have any staff members to be able to put it in. So I think they're very interested, and it's up to you, council, how many locations you want to purchase. Like I said, the price difference is really not that much. My understanding was that we were getting a very good price to begin with, so there wasn't very much wiggle room to really lower that much.
Okay. Did you have another question, sir? Any other questions? I think this program has worked well. It definitely has slowed down the speed on those streets where they have been installed. I'm happy to hear that our partners want to work with us too and kind of install some of these on their streets, which could be sometimes within the city limits. So
Correct.
it's a good partnership. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Elias Salinas?
Thank you. So my question is, it reminds me of the self-checkout stand at the grocery store. You no longer have to hire a human because you can check out yourself. So do these speed bumps, the studies show that that means that you don't need law enforcement to enforce those areas? I mean, one of the things that we have is obviously is we don't have enough law enforcement staff here, and they put up that one radar that says this is how fast you're going, and it, psychologically slows down people. But I'm driving, so I have to keep pulling over every time I ask a question. So am I correct that by the numbers we're looking at almost $1 million in these? My math is wrong. So if they're $900 each and you want 100 of them, or then you want 200 or 300, where does that put law enforcement? Is there grants that this is going to be used by, or is this the Measure G money? Where is these funds coming from? And again, if the funds are coming from G money, wouldn't that also be money that should be used to fixing the roads? Or is this money from a grant via law enforcement or via the city? And does this relieve law enforcement from doing any kind of speed checks and enforcement out on the streets? I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say, because it seems like this is replacing law enforcement, so now law enforcement can concentrate on something else. Although people, still seem to be able to speed down these roads. I can see, like right now, off the top of my head, I'm imagining Lad Lane. They had a lot of complaints, about all the racing, the people speeding down Lad Lane from Morning Glory all the way down to Southside. There's no stop sign. So I guess that would be one area that you would put these, I'm imagining, because right now the complaint is that you don't have enough law enforcement to enforce it down there. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I could probably answer those questions. This does not replace law enforcement. It partners with law enforcement. It allows law enforcement to focus in areas where people are running stop signs or driving at high speeds. What some of these surveys have found is that in some of these neighborhoods, people are actually traveling 60 miles plus. Is that what the speed was, Mr. Burns, in that one study?
The one study, I think it was on Highland Drive, they actually had one vehicle that was going 70, as I
70
recall.
miles an hour. So these are just to help keep people from getting to that point of speeding. Lad Lane's another project that's an arterial road that is not going to get speed humps. That's going to get a traffic calming solution coming soon. So this is, again, it's all partnerships with tools for the police department, for our neighborhoods to slow people down and have a safer environment. And your numbers are absolutely wrong. It's not $1 million. There's three choices here, ranging from 191,000 up to 573,000. Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Patrick Cross?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. In regards to the speed bumps, I live on Hayden, and from Hayden, from San Benito Street to Memorial, it's a drag race. It's got to be one of the smoothest streets in Hollister, and we get nothing but drag racing from motorcycles, the trucks, diesel trucks, then that gives you the noise. Then there's also school buses, city buses, it doesn't matter, and diesel trucks with groceries going up and down Hayden Street. And it's getting worse and worse. They'll drag race down one way, do a donut in the middle of San Benito Street, and drag brake back the other way. And the speed bumps, I think, are phenomenal. I would say put a concrete one across. Forget the cushions. If they've got to slow down, then they need to slow down. But thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, sir. I did want to clarify something else I heard mention of Measure G funds. This is not Measure G funds that would pay for this.
It's transportation funding. So we have more leeway with these funds.
Thank you. Is there any other
I have no
speakers?
more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make the motion to adopt resolution number 2022-13 with the highest quantity presented by staff.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Is there somebody who wants to make a friendly amendment? We do this once?
Mayor, I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Resendez, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion to buy the least number. My understanding is that these are readily available, and I want to really see that we have a true need for them, and as long as we can get them within a reasonable period of time, I'd really like to see that and see if there isn't an opportunity to partner with the county and the other city, San Juan Bautista, and maybe get a better deal on them. So that would be my friendly amendment, sir.
I second that.
I accept your amendment. Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Burns.
Okay, so there's a friendly amendment to the quantity for the 100 rows. And is there a second on that?
Second.
There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
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 I'm confused. So,
It's the.
no, I got it.
It's for the purchase price of the 191,586.26. Correct. Okay. We have that. Thank you for the friendly amendment, so we can move forward. We'll now move to item F2.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff kindly ask that council withdraws this one. We've got some changes to it, and engineering would like to present this in the future once they have everything, all the changes made.
All right. Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion to withdraw?
So moved.
There's a motion to withdraw. Is there a second? There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. We'll now move to item F3.
Sorry, Council, I was working on getting some volunteers for our Cupid Express. Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council. Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. Tonight, if council permits, I would like to combine resolution items number 2022-15 and 2022-16.
I don't think, can we, sir, since it's listed?
I think
this
she
way?
just wants to present.
Oh,
The information
present,
will be the
sorry.
same for both.
I used the wrong word. Can I present both?
You can present it one time.
Thank
One
you.
time, one time only.
All right, this resolution is are these resolutions of the City Council of the City of Hollister to accept the bids received and award professional services agreement to Smith and Enright Landscaping and Brightview Landscaping Services for the parks, landscape, and sound wall maintenance services. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution accepting the bids and award a professional services agreement to Smith and Enright Landscaping Services and Brightview Landscaping Services. Are there any questions?
Is there any questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, but I do have a few.
Sure.
So, in reviewing the staff report, how many bidders were there? I thought I counted 5, but I saw a red line consistently vertically down the page, so I presume that bidder bailed.
Yes, there were 5 bidders. Originally, we awarded 3, but the one with the red line never well, I take that back. The company did call back and kind of wanted to negotiate, felt like maybe they needed more areas in order for them to want to accept the bids that we offered them. But that's not how it worked. It went to the lowest bidder in different areas.
Okay, and so I didn't see any local recipients. Did we have any local bidders?
We did. We had 2 local bidders, and they bid in, kind of put them in first through second place, or first through fifth place, and they were in the 4th and 5th kind of areas. They were our 2 highest bidders.
Okay, so that's disappointing, I would say, because I would think their overhead would be lower. As I read this, the one contract for the greatest amount of money was a company out of Salinas, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the second bidder was out of San Jose?
Yes.
And so do you know if either of these folks either hire, employ, or would be willing to employ local workers? Because one of my concerns is many people know I walk my fair share of my district on a frequent basis. And the city manager can attest to, I light him up all weekend long about my challenges, and you're aware of that, I know as well. But I would like them to be able to respond, and I saw in the contracts that it's primarily Monday through Friday traditional hours, and I get that. But I need a backdoor number, because I'm either going to be bugging them, or I'm going to be bugging you or the city manager. And
We'll get that.
you know, it's in your best interest, I guarantee you. But I'm also, I would like to see, and I don't know if you can do this, but I would like to know if they employ any local folks, because part of the benefit would have been to employ local folks. And I know that they had a right to bid, and they did, but they came in unfortunately at the higher end. And so that's unfortunate. I'll just leave it at that. So in reviewing the F3, I didn't see where it was discussed, and maybe I missed it in the scope of work. Does it actually include the removal and the replacing of plants? And if so, is that on a per diem per plant, or how's that going to be addressed?
Yes, so they will remove any dead type of plants or trees, and then they will be replaced. They'll give us a quote, and then we'll let them know if we want it to be installed, or if we want to do something else in the area.
Okay, and they're also, as I recall, responsible for the park maintenance at Clower Park. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so does that dollar amount include the maintenance and the mowing inside what is currently the fenced area?
Yes.
Okay. And I saw that referred to as Sunny Slope Village, but I presume that they're talking about maintenance on the perimeter walls down Sunny Slope and down Hillcrest as well?
Yes, the area is called, we refer to it as a zone, and we called it Sunny Slope Village. And in the map, it shows the whole area, the whole perimeter of Sunny Slope.
Okay, and so I didn't see any mention on Fairview, so I assume that Fairview is also part of that?
Let me zone. Do you have the zone number in front of you, and I can?
I'm sorry, do not.
It's okay. If I can get back to you, then
Okay.
I will.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're going to get complete service in regards to that.
And I'm sorry, can we go back? You wanted Fairview? It is included. Yes, it is included.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I mean,
I was
that's the
trying to-
longest wall on the whole
Yes.
project, actually. And so it's kind of been one of my passions for the past 14 months. So you have a attentive audience in me. And so I'm wondering, finally, my recommendation to the city would be that we work with the San Benito Water Resource Agency and Sunny Slope Water to ensure that as we move forward, we get drought-tolerant, resistant plantings and an irrigation system. And I think they are undeniably the subject matter experts in Hollister, and so I would like to see us engage with them. And I've spoken with the Water Resource Agency in our last board meeting, and they seem to be open to that conversation. So that would include my comments on both projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. And I apologize if this was done in a previous meeting. I'm just wondering, how does our Public Works Department going to be involved or collaborative? So can you talk about impact, and can you talk about, can we just start with that?
Can I answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so the Public Works Department will still be responsible for the emptying of trash, but the main thing what we want them to use is there are things that go wrong with the city on a regular basis, on a daily basis, is to have them have the time to go and fix those items that are breaking around the city, instead of having to focus on a park. Because what usually happens is the park gets pushed back as the last item to be taken care of, and then, or the sound walls, and then that's when we start having problems in those areas because they've been neglected way too long. So there's plenty of projects. There's crack sealing, potholes that they can take care of. So we have numerous projects for them.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. So we're taking work that was previously done by our employees, and we're contracting that work because we're not able to perform that work currently? And can you talk about why?
We currently don't have the staffing. We've tried to hire temporary staff, and we just haven't been able to find the right staff that will stay with us long enough, either by them getting hired somewhere else or them not making the cut for the Public Works team.
So I don't know how to say this, but so I think we need to address the root cause of that, the hiring, retention, recruitment and retention issues. That this is, if we're going to be contracting, that it should be a super short-term contract to address the immediate needs of our community. But we really need to address the hiring process so that that we only contract only when it's absolutely needed. This situation is not going to go away by just hiring somebody else to do the work. And I want to be able to get a report back from our city manager, from staff, about what is the trajectory.
Yeah, just so you know, this contract goes to February 29th, 2024, so it is a short one. And one thing I did learn from the city managers conference is majority of the cities are having problems finding staff. It's just, we're subject to the same thing as the Great Resignation, is just getting staff. We just had a recruitment for one of the other departments, and they could not find a lower level staff member to fill that position. So that's the issue that we're having, is just getting quality candidates.
I still want to report back on how you're going to address the root cause, and
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I still want to report back on how that's going to be addressed.
Oh, yes, no problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Santos?
I'm just wondering, Ms. Garza, do you have the dollar amount of what the other bidders were, the local bidders? How much more higher? I'm wondering if it was. And if I overlooked it, I apologize.
It was in the report. For number-wise, the difference, it ranged from 500 to sometimes 1,000. Looking per area, we're calling them an area or a park. So that was the difference. For a few, there was like a few dollars, $5 difference. But if you're asking between our local landscapers and out of town, there was a significant difference. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else? Go ahead.
Our procurement process, does it provide additional points for local? And is there a way, and I'm not sure about the procurement process, but is there a way back to let our local bidders know to adjust or provide additional information? I know in other processes that there's that opportunity to do so.
Well, we have a local preference for purchases, but not contracts. But even if we applied our local preference for purchases to this, they still, I mean, they weren't close in overall total.
I did research that just to see, and we don't have a current policy. It was just on what City Manager Miller mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I would just tell council, our hope was, in talking to some of the local landscapers, is that we thought and hoped that they were going to be the ones that got these contracts. But like I said, as Tina said, there were some significant differences in cost. It was shocking that they bid that much more. In some areas, it was double. So.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Perez, you had a comment?
What is A17 Water Reclamation Facility?
Brigantino Park.
Okay.
But what the community knows is Brigantino.
Okay.
I should
Which
say.
is unofficial. The couple other questions. So, Veterans Memorial Park with 2 softball fields. Wasn't it the baseball field that used to take care of that? Those groups?
Well, there's 2 fields that the city has a lease with the county on, and it's the large field, which is the field closest to the skate park and the soccer fields, and then what we refer to as a small field, and it's in between the Little League field and Hollister Heats field. We maintain, or we have an agreement with the county on those fields.
Okay. Yeah, and at the Hollister Skate Park, what are they landscaping?
It's more or less the cleanup, the graffiti,
So they deal with graffiti?
Yeah, yes. No, they are not dealing with graffiti. I'm sorry. It's the
weeds that grow in the cracks.
that, and then what is it called when you're
Oh, the whatchamacallit.
the whatchamacallit, you know, that little
okay.
thingamajigger. Yes, the air blower that blows it out, and the weeds in that area, they have to spray them. Yes. It is not graffiti. We're trying to work on a different program for that.
So they just blow out the area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to say thank you. This has been an issue for quite some time in our community. Community deserves to have the best, and it's unfortunate we didn't have local contractors win it this time, and I'm sure next time around they will, but it's not acceptable any longer. We need to do it right. I've always believed you find those people that do a job and do it well, and you hire them to do it so that our residents get every penny's worth of their tax dollars. So I appreciate all the hard work you did to put this together, and I'm excited about seeing the outcome of it all. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more thing. Yeah, thank you for the hard work and all that. And I guess I don't know if I heard that who's going to be overseeing all this, that everything's going to be done.
Currently, it will be Tina, but when we hire the new director of Parks and Recreation, that will be their main job.
Their main job?
Yeah, because maintaining contracts and then make sure that the recreation programs are
Okay.
maintained.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Mike Gerzon?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I have just a couple issues with these contracts, but just in essence, they don't really quite make sense. The first issue I have is of the Allendale Project Area Maintenance. I'm a resident there. For 6.2 acres of weekly maintenance, it's quite a lot of area. They're asking for a monthly payment of $914. However, for the front of this building, for maintaining it twice a week or twice a month, they want $257. So almost a third of that price for just the little frontage out here, but for $914, they're going to maintain and spray, weed, mow
on a weekly basis, 6.2 acres, I think those issues kind of pop up throughout these contracts. But say they can complete all that work for that sum of money. What happens with the savings? The Allendale community pays about over $10,000 per month for the maintenance of their landscaping area. So what's happening with the $9,000 other dollars that the city is saving per month? Is it being given back to the residents? Is it being used somewhere else? It'd be nice to have an answer to that. So in context, sorry, I think you addressed that it doesn't stipulate the trash pickup, or I'm not sure if pet waste, if they're picking that up. So I guess my suggestion would be maybe instead of going directly for an RFP, maybe an RFQ would have been more appropriate here, to figure out if these businesses have even the qualifications to appropriately service the city of Hollister. And also, if potentially, having city staff, if there was a cost-benefit analysis with what the city would gain if it was a more of city staff taking on a direct role here and hiring to complete the work, or what the actual cost of it was for the contract. So, yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Elia Salinas?
Thank you. I am really opposed to contracts. They seem to cost the city more money than they do savings. And you need to look at the fact that if you're saying, if I understand City Manager Miller stating that you can't find people, and I get it. We're a small community, and we need to pay, and you end up paying more money for contractors. And if the claim is that they come here, we teach them, and they get the experience, and they go on to another place and make more money. In order to retain them, you have to do some kind of a study. What is the pay out there? If there's a shortage of people, why is it that you can go to a contractor and they have the people? Well, they have the people because they get paid more money than you do as a city employee. Money is thrown out the window so many times on all these contractors. Let's just hire employees. Let's pay them a good wage, good benefits, and they stay here. I know that you're going to approve this, and you said that it was a small or short contract. Well, a short contract till 2024 is not short. And I'm sure that in there's some kind of a clause that either party within 30 days notice, can terminate the contract. At least I hope there is, because I haven't read it. I apologize. But we need to be really wise, or you as a council need to be really wise as how the money is spent. It's so easy to put the job off to a contractor, let them do the job, and then they come back again and you extend the contract. And it's happened before where people just keep extending, and no one is paying attention to whether or not they're doing the job. I understand that there's going to be another Parks and Rec director or whatever title. I'm sorry, I don't remember what they said. We'll be keeping manage on that. But at the end of the day, actually the person who needs to be tracking on that and the buck stops here is actually the city manager. And I think you should be reviewing all your contracts. And if there hasn't been kind of any type of evaluation, then you should reconsider trying to extend those contracts. I'm just throwing that out there with this contract, but you've got to keep an eye on whether or not they're doing the job. And if they're not doing the job, terminate the contract as soon as possible, and let's hire people in-house or within the community and keep them off the road from having to commute somewhere else. So pay the right wages to keep them here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask and follow up to a couple of the folks that have raised questions this evening. Tina, can you speak to the gentleman who spoke about the, I presume alluvial or the area he lives must have a CFD associated with it?
Allendale is
Yeah,
a
Allendale, I'm
CFD,
sorry.
is a CFD area.
And so why would that be part of the contract? Why wouldn't that be something separate that would draw out of that? I think he's got a very fair question. If they're paying $8,000-$10,000 a month, where's the rest of that money and what's it being used for?
Tina, I can answer. When the CFD is set up, it's the cost of the whole neighborhood. So the streets, the curbs, the trees, it's everything associated with that program. So it is done by the engineer's estimate, how much it's going to cost to do that. So it's more of it's a cost over time. So yeah, that money will have to be spent in that area over the future of that area.
Okay, so it's set aside then. It's in an
Correct.
enterprise fund.
It's not. It's a special revenue fund,
Okay.
but it is set aside. The money that comes in for it can only be spent on that area. So whenever we have financial statements, they can look and see what is sitting in there.
Okay.
Whoever belongs to those CFDs.
So maybe a broader question. I presume there's transparency and there's accountability. Is there any kind of a review of that fund to ensure that it's being used for those things? How is that done?
I mean, the auditors will look at not all our transactions. We'll look at transactions to make sure that they're appropriate. But there is a report every year on the different CFDs that on a yearly basis.
And where's that report available?
Actually, it's with the state controller's office, but we can start putting those out on our website.
I think that would be helpful to eliminate any impression that things are not being done according to the way they were agreed
Correct.
to. So I wanted to speak for a moment too. I've now been on council about 14 months, and I've been spending a lot of time with these landscape maintenance walls, and I too would rather see there be full-time city employees, but the reality is it's just not feasible at this time. I think 2 years is a good pilot program to really understand. And the thing I like about the private industry is they're subject matter experts, and if they're not, they fail and they're soon out of business. And I would like to see us proactively trying to fill positions, create positions, and eventually roll back into that. But for here and now, I mean, it seems like it's the only way feasible to move things forward. And Mr. Miller, as you alluded to, I don't know how long, but it feels like 10 or more years that those sound walls have been underserved and maintenance. And I will say, I do think the parks staff that are the maintenance people, I live directly across the street from a neighborhood park, and they do a really good job there, and I want to recognize that as well. But that's one out of several, and I can't speak for the others, but I do think here and now, and to Ms. Salinas' concerns, I can promise you that in my district, if there is a problem with maintenance in the parks or maintenance in the sound walls, all you got to do is call me. I'll be right there for you. And I will also ask my different commissioners to get involved in this as well, because at the end of the day, I do expect professional work in a timely manner, and I'll be their biggest cheerleader or their worst nightmare if they're not. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? Do you have a
Just real quick I'm trying to get some clarity on the CFDs for Allendale. So $900 a month, I believe, is going to go towards their landscaping for that park, just for the park. But the other $9,000 and change is going to the general fund or to the Allendale fund for when we need to do their streets, or
Yeah, it goes to the CFD fund. It doesn't go to the general fund. But there's also trash pickup. There's also common areas that need to be cleaned up. CFDs,
trash pickup. What do you mean?
like in the park, so emptying out the trash cans, and then dog waste, those are not part of this contract, so that stuff's still being done. If there is damage to the trail, or they've got a bocce ball court out there, those things will be repaired from the CFD funds. So, I mean, Allendale is a very large project and has a lot of different amenities, and so that's why it's a higher cost.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales, you have another comment?
Thank you. I think it would be to our best interest to provide a statement or some type of report to the residents, so that way there isn't any doubt of how the funds are being utilized. And just for clarity, for transparency and clarity, it's always better to communicate and be able to problem solve any issue.
Correct. Okay, good.
I would just like to comment on that. I did meet with the president of the HOA and informed her what our process is, our next steps. She did have some complaints about the whole area, and I walked the whole perimeter with her, and she pointed different areas out. So we have met, and I feel like we will now address her concerns.
Did you provide a copy of the financial report as well?
Which financial report? This
CFD.
for the CFD? I did not, but she has all that information. She works very closely with Genova Homes. She actually provided me with a report.
No, we'll make sure they get that.
Okay.
Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, who's currently doing the landscape maintenance that we're talking about, that we're proposing to put out to bid, and we now have contract for the area the gentleman was speaking specifically about?
I'm looking at him. Currently, it's been our staff.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. There's been a lot of good questions, good conversations. Again, it's important that we give our residents the best possible outcome for their tax dollars. The CFDs have been something that has really helped our community catch up. I can remember early on asking about how we're paying for roads, how we're paying for this or that. And the question was like, well, we'll collect some tax dollars here and there. And I said, no, you will never catch up that way. Never. We need to go back out, find out what it really costs to fix our roads and all these different things. And when numbers started to come back, all of a sudden there's a shock across everybody's face. Didn't realize it cost so much money. It costs a lot of money. And I can tell you that neighborhood, for an example, is on a hillside. That road will crack. That probably is going to be one of the most expensive things to fix out there on a basis here. The reality is, and I've said this many of times in the past for several years, new developments really should be HOAs. And when you do an HOA, what happens is people find out really quick how much it really does cost to maintain a neighborhood. And even with our CFDs, we're undercharging. So I just want the public to understand we're doing the best we can with their dollars, and this is going to be a big step forward. I'm looking forward to it. If the contractor that is hired does not perform, there's a clause right in there that says goodbye, and we'll bring the next one in. That one, we'll bring the next one in. What's important is we're providing the quality work we need to provide our residents, and we need to stop accepting, it looks better than before. No, we need to be proud of our neighborhoods, and we need to make sure that we're always charging enough on these CFDs to cover the true cost of every development in our community. So thank you again for all your hard work. We didn't have any other speaker cards, did we?
I have no
Okay,
other
we already
speakers.
closed that. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
I reluctantly.
Aye. Motion carries. We're now going to move to item F4.
Yeah. Sorry.
Correct. No, we did 3.
We did 3 and 4, right?
No, we have to do one at a time.
You did one
F4.
motion at,
As you point out, you made your
Okay,
presentation.
yes,
We'll
yes.
move to F4.
Thank you.
Is there any questions from council on F4? Do we have any speaker cards for F4?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll now move to item F5.
Oh, going fast now.
This one is mine. Good evening again.
Oops, sorry.
Go
Good
ahead, Mayor.
evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council. Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. The item before you is resolution number 2022-17, and it's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, allowing the city to accept $177,952 awarded by the California Parks and Recreation Prop 68 per capita grant program, and reallocate, and also to reallocate some approved funding of $50,000. At the August 16th, 2021 City Council meeting through Resolution 2021-158, this is the Dunn Park Clubhouse Renovation Project. Council approved staff to apply for a grant to include renovations in a new kitchen area, new community room, a tech center, window replacement, new garage door, abatement of lead and asbestos, and a new roof. At that time, council approved $50,000 for roof repairs, but after meeting with the California Parks and Recreation Department project officer, we were told we can, if we word it to where we can say that we are replacing an existing roof, then the money can be used to replace the funding. So instead of asking for $50,000, staff is requesting council to reallocate and amend the original request of $50,000 to $30,000, and this change will allow staff to repair the stucco on the exterior building, paint the exterior building, purchase necessary equipment for the inside of the building, and beautify the outside of the facility. In addition, staff is requesting consent from the City Council of the City of Hollister to accept the award by the California Department of Parks and Recreation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Thank you.
Thank you. Just more of a comment. Thank you. That is such a historic building for our community. I don't know if it's probably not the oldest, but it's probably one of the oldest, one of the first ones here. And it's neat to see our history being taken care of. Thank you so much. Good job. When are we starting? When's the party?
I've heard the checks in the mail.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Councilman Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. How old is that building? Do we know?
I was reading an old deed. 1939 is when it was given to the city, but I think it took a couple of years for it to build. So we want to say the early 40s is when that building was built.
So it has historical significance then?
Yes.
Is
yes,
it on the
does.
state registry or the federal or the national?
I don't think so. I know I've reached out to our planning department just to see if there's a process. And from what I understand, it's a long process. And I tried to dig into it and see if I can figure out how to do it. But I think I'm going to need some help from our planning department to move forward.
Right. And again, as I understand it, we don't have any current members on our historical commission or committee. But I think that would be a great first project for them. Okay. And I think there is definite value to acknowledging the historical value of that property and then maintaining it and maintaining it from this point forward without necessarily having to rely on grant funds to do so. So I would ask that you take that into consideration when that committee comes up or commission comes on alive, to task them with figuring that process out, or task planning to contact a historical officer to do that, because I think there's plenty of other buildings here, but why not have that start? And it'd be great in our 150-year anniversary to have that be the first one, I think. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to say thank you. I think so often we hear people that are not attending the meetings say the city never goes after any grants. We win a lot of grants, and a lot of those are because of you. And I want to say thank you again. You guys have been doing such a good job. And I got to say, all the other departments, police department, everybody's been winning a lot of grants out there for our community. And I want to make sure the community knows we are hustling out there, bringing in the money. So thank you again. Do we have any speaker cards?
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. So I want to congratulate Tina and her staff for grabbing this grant. And I just now noticed why the joke was with the mayor about pills taking effect or not taking effect. I'm finally home and I can see you're in a sling there. So wish you a healthy recovery. But anyway, with regards to the building going to the, becoming a historical landmark, I think that's a really great idea. And actually, I believe that you could even ask for more grants so that there could be some more to fix it or whatever needs to get done. I can't believe I'm out of words here. But anyway, I think there would be more funds specifically just for that building if it became a historical landmark. So thank you again, Tina, and your staff for the great work that you guys have done. And by starting something like this would prevent future city council to feel, at some time that they would think like, let's tear that building down and let's do something new. And I think we should be able to save that building. And I think it's a great start to do that. So thank you to Council Member Burns for bringing the subject up because I think it's a really great idea. So again, thank you for letting me speak.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries. We will now move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Water Resource Agency meeting, and I won't go in any further because we have a presentation tonight that I think will be sad but necessary. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the intergovernmental. Last time when I presented on that was that we were hoping to bring back or form a JPA to address the homelessness here in the community. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes, I actually went to it's not a signed committee, but I was at the Business Council of San Benito County, and there's actually, oh shoot, where is it? I think it's called a micro grant fund. They're still working out the details to that, but it's coming up. It's actually for smaller companies under 5-man or 5-person crew or 5-person employees. It's a $2,500 grant, and I think it's if you made under 50,000, helps really the small businesses, real small businesses that have been suffering through this crisis. And I think that's about it. I also did the training for the Hol cities. Great, great stuff to learn. I always love the skit of the council. It portrays us very well. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. Nothing to report. I look forward to a robust presentation at the next meeting.
Thank you. I attended a few different meetings. My mobility partnership meeting or group, I met with the mayors of Gilroy and the mayor of Morgan Hill. We are working together on trying to make improvements on our major highways. If you haven't heard yet, our group worked together to get the funding to build a new interchange at 101-25, and that's still scheduled for 2023 to begin construction. Moving well. With our partners, we're working now on trying to see what we can do to work together and get an additional lane put onto the 101. It's another big project. It's a $500 million project from how far? 85 down to Highway 25. So we're working hard and also trying to get the punch through of Santa Teresa. We're working as partners, and it's been going well so far, and we're getting attention throughout the area by our team work together. As Mr. Resendez mentioned, we had our intergovernmental meeting. We did speak again about the homeless group and trying to move forward now with a JPA. Would that be something we'd have to vote on here, or so we can take that back to start organizing that?
Yes, exactly. That would begin the process.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Mayor.
if we accept that here, then we can move on into negotiations with the others to see what we can do.
Correct.
Also brought up at that meeting was to begin again having the discussions with our fire committee members, as we used to do in the past, so we can get updates on a monthly or bi-monthly. Did we used to do it every other month? Is that?
I think, Mayor, we were going to biannually and annually.
Yeah, I think we're trying to bring that up so we can look at those reports and see what we can do together as partners again, San Juan Bautista and San Benito County, and make sure we're all sharing the appropriate costs to make those services happen. So thank you. And been meeting with Councilmember Burns on our beautification fire, and we're moving towards the other parts of the city that we're working towards. But Mr. Burns has a lot of ideas, I'll tell you that. And so it's been nice to come up with it, and I'm sure he's going to share some of that pretty soon in some of the next meetings. So thank you, Mr. Burns. Now we'll move to number 2, G2, informational reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, thank you for the update on the bird scooters. I was under the impression that we were going to receive some financial benefit from that, and as I understand it now, that's not the case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So how do we change that agreement, or when does that pilot program end? Because in my mind, that was part of the incentive to allow bird to come into the city. The other reasons, of course, were to allow for our residents that enjoy the benefit of the birds. And so I just posed that question. I'm a little disappointed. I obviously got it wrong.
Correct.
But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we have roughly 6 more months left on the pilot program. However, the contract did say that we can cancel, I think it was a 30-day notice, but if council wants to give me kind of the consensus, I can probably have a nice little conversation with them to say, if you want to continue the pilot program, I think you need to maybe give us the same rate that other cities are getting.
And in my recollection, they're probably into this pilot now 6 months?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I would hope that the council would support that direction, but I'll leave it to them to make that decision. I was also hoping, Mr. Miller, that you could give us an update reasonably soon about the executive recruitments for the department head positions. As I recall from our last Saturday special meeting, we're going to bring back the hazard pay conversation somewhere around the first meeting in April. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd also like to request that council consider agendizing for the first meeting in March a follow-up conversation about the Independence Rally. As I recall, the promoter saying that really the first meeting was the drop-dead deadline for them to do what's necessary either way, and I think we owe it to him and we owe it to our community come March to either commit to it or commit not to it. So I'd like to hear more about one of the speaker's comments about an appeal for a planning commission decision and a community process to do that. I think it would be helpful to know what other communities do to see if there's that possibility. And the dollar figure seems pretty excessive to me if it was a member of the community. I don't know how we move forward, but I would like to see us take a look at that. And then my final request, again, Mr. Miller, would be to schedule either agendized item for closed session or public, depending on the attorney's direction. But it's my understanding recently that the SAFER grant has lapsed and will no longer be in effect, if I recall correctly, in April. And at that point, we're at risk for potentially laying off what I've heard is up to 9 firefighters. And so I think we need to move extremely quickly on this, because if there's any truth to that, it would be a terrible position to be in if I were one of those 9 individuals that were at risk. And I'm very frustrated, I must say also, simply because this is something that the city revisited for actually about 5 years ago. And at that point, it was my position that if it's predictable, it's preventable, yet here we are 5 years later in the same position. And so I'd like to have that conversation. And I would also like to hear, if it's in public, the Firefighters Association's position on this as well. And I don't know if they could be brought into closed session. That's a legal question for Mr. Epperson, but I really think we need to move on this very quickly. And so thank you, Mr. Miller. Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Resendez?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I want to give a great shout out, thank you to city staff, because I think are they still taking care of Park Hill right now? Whoever's taking care of Park Hill doing a great job. I think it was staff, huh? It is staff. Thank you, staff. I did go up there and I walked the disc golf course, and it was really, we've had some awesome weather lately, and it was really nice. I took my dogs for a walk, and while I'm walking around, because the grass is looking so good, the park is looking good. You can, when you drive up, you get to see the whole park instead of, because you guys took the bushes out. And because the field is in such good condition, the Hollister homeschoolers were up there doing their physical activities together, and it was super cool to see people using that park during the day, and parents and kids using the slides and all that stuff. It was really neat to see. So thank you, staff. The other things, parklet covers. I know you sent an email, Brett, talking about, something's coming up with that. I'd like to get a little bit more detailed. It's like, how soon are we going to have something, instead of just that something's coming down. These parklets have been, if we're lucky that it's not raining, otherwise they'd be losing a lot of money out there. But we've had these parklets in place for now, what, year and a half?
A little more than a year.
Yeah, almost a year and a half. I'd like to see something done with that. Also, you were talking about something about the alleys back in the past, about looking out for looking for some money for that. I would like to get an update of what's going on with that. A couple months ago, I've been asking about the lights on 4th Street, specifically in front of Bill's Bullpen, how we were going to add white lights, just like downtown, to the side streets. And you were supposed to take care of that. I'd like to finish that. I'd also like to know what's going on with the lights that are supposed to go in on 6th Street, the solar lights, the tree program. What's going on with that? There's too many places that are missing trees that are fallen, been removed for whatever reasons. I'd like to see get some our trees back. What else? That's all I can see for now.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Morales?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like for the issue with Gavilan College to be brought back.
Oh, yes.
We need to make a decision or need to have some type of resolution to that. Also, I know that we talked about April for the ARPA funds for the employees and the other elements that were recommended. So if that can be brought back earlier, I would appreciate it, but I'm agreeable to April. Also, I think for future meetings, I'd like to see a spreadsheet of all the action items that the city council has provided. And I'm looking at like a Gantt chart. I'm happy to provide a template, but just to know what was recommended, the time frame, what's the status, what are the timelines, and then where it's stuck. So that way we can kind of move forward on those issues. Also for March, I'd like to bring back the Historical Society 150th. I know that we've had many presentations, but I don't think we've actually done anything with that. And if we're going to take advantage of anything to do with the bike rally, definitely March would be appropriate to bring back so that we can either coordinate or not. For committee assignments, I know that we have several committees that have not met for over a year. So I'd like for City Council to look at those committees. If they're not going to meet, then I'd like to have staff or our city manager bring back recommendations to resolve some of those issues so that we can move forward on those items. I also like to recommend to have committee assignments for finance and for public works. There's state funding available that needs to be submitted by February the 22nd or 24th. 1 or 2 projects. Some of them have to do with infrastructure. So it's essential community projects, infrastructure needs, economic recovery, or just critical community service, and I think we have plenty. I'd like to have something submitted before the 24th. I'm not sure if we need to take action on that now, but we should not miss this great opportunity to be able to address some of the issues and have that financial assistance to do so. Also, this is for planning, so planning to bring back or just be able to address these issues. One is the permit. So there's multiple levels of permit, and there's been concerns about fees. Thank you for attending those meetings. Also like to bring back the fee structure so that we can look at that. Also like to review the appeal process and the appeal fees so that our community residents, if they don't have the financial means, to be able to appeal. And the next item is to have a list of all projects utilizing Measure G funds. So I'd like to see the project, when we started, whether it's completed or the status, and the total amount of funds allocated to that. And I am also very concerned about the fire. I definitely don't want to see anybody, we need actually more firefighters instead of less. So I'd like to be able to problem solve or address any issues related to that. I think for police and fire, timing or the time associated to response is critical to somebody's life. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any items. City Manager?
Hey, real quick, it was brought up, I think, this council meeting and last one, the one that Victor Gomez brought up, resolution, like, they didn't hear him clear enough, so we can look at that up. Was there a desire to bring, basically what it is a presentation
That
by
was
a developer, I believe they want, we brought in front of all the council members, so, this would be our first one, so I don't know.
That-
I'd be supportive of that.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
I was confused by what he said about it would take somebody with a no vote. So what was the vote on that?
I think it was 2-2. Either way, it's a.
I think we need to get clarity on that. So I wrote it down because I thought that was interesting. I'm wondering what the vote was on it, and then how do we bring it back in the right way, if the council desires to bring it back. But I've got no desire to bring it back.
Well, first, speaking on that project itself, it was recommended by staff not to approve it, partly because what staff has been trying to do is create master plans rather than just one-offs on these developments, which has caused us the problems in the past. So staff is working through the general plan to make sure we have a good understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. This is why it was recommended not to be approved at the time. So I think what we want to do is make sure we're following this process. Otherwise, we're going to fall back to, well, let's just approve this one, then we'll worry about it. This is exactly how we ended up in problems in the past. And I trust what's been happening with this general plan update and what the staff is moving forward on is, protected bike lanes, widening the sidewalk areas, pushing back the sound walls, all these problems that we have now. That's the point of this, is make sure we do it right first. And that's what I wanted to make sure we were focusing on before we came back to some of these. Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. It was my understanding from the presenter's comments that it was actually pulled because of the applicant's health conditions. And so whether it is or isn't, I personally respect the fact that I've not been lobbied, and the presenter lives in my district, so, but the project is not. And so I think we talked about a willingness to open this up, and we actually talked about earlier in the year even doing a special meeting where we could have one or more come to us. And so whether we do this at a soon regular scheduled meeting or schedule a special meeting, I hear absolutely everything you've said, and I respect it, as well as Councilmember Resendez, but I don't see where there's any harm in hearing what they have to present. And so I would support bringing it back, and I would support either a regular or a special meeting. Either way works for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, and we'll go back to you. And you're absolutely right. So the special meeting, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I would just say, Councilmember Burns brought up some good points. I would just say, let's find out what the vote was and what's the proper way to bring it back, or if not, bring it back.
We could bring it back.
I would
from
support
this
bringing it back
consensus
also myself, because we did promise people that, we were gonna have these meetings for people to present or represent their projects, and I think we need to keep our word.
In agreement.
And I would, bringing that point up, is there anything else that needs to be brought up so we have a special meeting to hear those? Because I think that is important. That's exactly what we did talk about, having those types of meetings. My point was, let's get through the general plan, make sure that's done before we start going back to approving annexations and so on. That was my point. But I do like the idea of a special meeting to hear any of the projects that want to be presented. Yes, sir.
Mayor, and just so I'm clear, just to hear it doesn't mean we have to take any action at all. It's just more of an informational presentation as I view it.
Yeah, I think the request though was to come back for a vote, is what I thought I had heard from the.
I don't know that I heard that, but at the end of the day, I mean, I think it has to begin with a conversation to seek to understand first, and then we can figure that piece out. And I think that the presenter also spoke about how they thought or perceived it was in compliance or would be in compliance with the proposed general plan. And if it is, that's great. And if it isn't, well, then they need to make it in compliance. And again, the exchange of information is really what I want to advocate for, Mayor. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
I agree.
All right.
Okay, and then, do we have an agreement for the agenda item on the rally in the first meeting in March? Okay.
Yes.
See three of you saying yes. And then, agenda item to be brought back or presentation on the community appeal charge, which would be a lesser amount for, we do, as somebody brought it up, it was about $3,700 for to appeal a project. And I think there's a request to look at a lower amount for individuals, for community members.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, I think for clarification, what I would like to do is know what other neighboring communities do. And as if I understood the speaker correctly, she was not an applicant, she was not an involved party, and if I understood it, there's really no process for a member of the community to appeal the Planning Commission's decision on these. Is that correct?
I'll have Abraham answer that.
Okay. And I guess my final thought is, if there is, well, that's good, but then I do think we need to really look at the feasibility, because at $3,700 for a non-member that has nothing to financially gain, again, I think we have to just figure that piece out. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Burns. We, in the past, prior to the update of the fee schedule, we would subsidize the fee for the appeal. So it was at $300 for anybody to appeal, anybody regarding, even if it was the applicant or any member of the public. We always kept it low, just to provide that opportunity. With this last update of the fee schedule, what we did was we did a cost recovery for all the time that goes into the writing the reports, going into the development agreements, the CEQA, all that kind of adjusted to that amount. But that is a decision that the council can make in regards to subsidizing the amount for the appeals.
So thank you for the clarification, Mr. Prado.
You're welcome.
I think everybody here knows that I'm a very strong advocate for cost recovery, but at what point does it create a lack of a reasonable process that most people are going to steer clear for because $3,700 a lot? So, Mr. Miller, you're absolutely on point in that assessment. And again, I think it would be helpful to know what other communities do to better understand what we should do. And maybe a fee reduction is in line, maybe it's not, but I'd like to know more. Thank you both.
You're welcome.
Question on that, sir. Is that fee for, say it's a residential unit somewhere, is that the fee? $3,700?
It is only for a planning commission appeal to the city council.
Okay, so in this situation, it's quite it's a large project. I want to make sure our costs are covered. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because sometimes there's instances where people want to throw something to try to just slow it down for whatever reasons that are out there. And I think we need to be careful with that also, because I don't think we want to be in a situation where every project that we have coming through is going to get appealed by certain people that don't like it, but they want it somewhere else. And I think this might be one of those situations. And I think we need to be very, very careful. I do like the idea, what are the other communities charging? Are they up to date with their fee schedule? I do not want to subsidize something like that. If somebody is very serious about something like this, I think they need to step up and pay the fees. You made it very clear. We did the traffic analysis. We did all these things, but it just, in other words, is I don't want it there. I want to stop it whatever way I can. I'm not for this or I'm not against this, but I want to find a way to stop it because I don't like it there. At the same time, there's members that want it somewhere else. So we need to be fair and be honest about it, and I think that's the important part. I don't want to get in a situation of just trying to stop everything for a few. Councilmember, I thought I saw your hand, and did you have a question? That's what I
Thank
thought.
you. My concern is this, and I don't know how to say this without being completely honest. Sometimes developers would have somebody pose as a resident, so to speak, but then we get screenshots of these residents saying, working for developers, saying, I can't touch the money, but can you guys do this? So they find ways to work around it. So that's my concern. In particular, we've got evidence of this caller doing just that, working for a developer and saying, I can't touch the money, but do you know somebody who can? So I think that is something also to take into consideration if we're going to bring this back for discussion. Let's be fully transparent and honest about what's really going on behind the scenes, because that can be a little bit deceiving in my opinion. Thank you.
And council, I'm a little concerned that we're getting close to the point where we're
Yeah.
actually veering off course and discussing an item that we're not agendized
All right.
for, but.
Councilor Morales?
Under city attorney's advice, I'd like to either have this as a follow-up, either consensus or not, and it sounds like there's an interest for discussion, so it sounds like we want it back.
Is there a consensus?
It's close. Do we have 1, 2, 3? Okay, no, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then agenda item to discuss the SAFER grant. Okay, all right. Moving along a lot quicker now. And I'll get the status. Does council want to bring back an item on the Gatlin College sewer hookup?
I don't. Councilor Burns?
Mayor Velasquez, Mr. Miller, I could be open to that conversation, but I really need to understand it better. I mean, I absolutely do support the college, but my concern is what I've heard has at least been alluded to, that in addition to the college, if we allow for them to hook up to the sewer, somehow there's some connection to the two subdivisions as well. And so if I understand that correct, I don't know how we parcel it out, because I would support 100 times the college itself. But, sorry, two unincorporated subdivisions going in, I don't have any interest at this point in that, and I'm not saying I wouldn't be open to the conversation, but is there a way to limit the conversation specifically to the college only and
Correct,
the
correct.
agreement?
This would be sewer to the college, probably on, directed to Councilmember Morales. My understanding is that they have looked at being able to put the sewer line on their property, and that's what I'm guessing where the conversation would go, that sewer line would only be to service their location.
I could certainly support bringing that back for that specific conversation
Okay.
on a limited scale.
I will talk to their project manager and make sure
What
that
about
that's
bringing
available.
that back when we talk to Victor Gomez? To double up on that,
Okay.
if we can get a consensus on that.
The only point I'm going to make here is there's issues. We heard from LAFCO how this works.
Correct.
So I don't want to go into a full conversation because we can't, but I just want to make sure that that information is clear if we're going to have this conversation about how this works to address this.
Okay.
Well, and I'm wondering, could we not have somebody from LAFCO be here to
Yeah.
participate in that conversation? Because I want it as clear as it can be so that there's no redirecting of our comments or our decisions or muddying the water. I mean, I want it crystal clear.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you,
I agree
Mayor.
with you.
Does council want staff to bring back the fee structure item?
For the permit costs and all that, we went through that
Correct.
last year, a year and a half.
Not even July.
I think, you know what, because I have questions too about the fee schedule. In fact, I've asked you about that before and no response. But I think if we have questions about fees, that maybe we bring them up individually as on our G4 or G2 to bring up then, instead of going through the whole fee schedule. Because my big question was the
Pods.
the pods that you rent to load your stuff and you put it on the street, and went from what I've heard, I don't know this for sure if I haven't heard from staff, because I haven't heard from staff, that it went from $150 to $850 to park something on the street. So that's one of the things I'd like to get addressed.
So what we could do is maybe the appeal and pod fees?
Go ahead, Councilman.
We've heard from some of our businesses that there's concern about that, and I think staff members here attended some of those meetings. So I want to have a better understanding of what those barriers are, because there is concern that businesses are going to leave if there isn't that consideration for not only the timelines, but the fee structure and just being able to work with the city. So I want to be able to look at that in its totality, because we don't want to have businesses leave. Now, whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. I just need to know more information, and obviously it's a council decision.
I think the fee structure, we have new council members. They don't know the full history. I don't mind having the conversation so people can understand how far behind we were in the past and what it took just to get forward. So maybe having a good understanding of that in that one conversation would be helpful for everyone. We definitely don't want to go back to the past.
And if I may.
Mr. Burns?
Yeah, Mr. Miller, there was a fee study, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a report as a result of the study?
Correct.
And that report, I presume, is available, is it available online?
We-
Yeah,
we'll make sure that's online.
Because I think, I support the conversation for sure, but I'd like to do the research in advance, because usually the study will explain how they came to the conclusion that they arrived at those specific fees. And again, we talk repetitively all evening about, well, what are other jurisdictions doing? And I think that kind of compartmentalizes what other jurisdictions are doing, as well as what our cost of doing business is.
Correct.
And so I think that would be, in my mind, the prelude to a follow-up conversation if it was necessary, and it's really about educating the community. And that could be on council, on city staff to do, or on the individuals to do themselves, because at the end of the day, you know, most of our goals should be to be budget neutral. And so we need to figure this out, but I think that report usually clearly defines how we got from here to there. So, thank you.
So do we have consent?
Could we get
consensus to go-
could we get that report emailed to us before it's
Sure.
on the agenda?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So do you want to bring back just kind of an educational presentation on the?
How we got there, so
Okay.
everyone understands. It's very important. I think it's quite the history. And I'm assuming we'd have all this on the same meeting day, right? So we can, a Saturday, or, I know staff doesn't get excited about Saturdays. We're trying to minimize them, we understand, but to be fair, we did agree that we would do this, so.
Okay. And then, speaking of financial statements, we were notified that our 2020 financial statements were awarded the Government Finance Officers Association's Award for Excellence. So just
Well,
so
good job,
everybody
sir.
knows that our
Good job for the staff.
yeah. And that is it. That concludes.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney?
Thank you, no statement.
Captain?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add that this week, Chief Reynoso and Captain Olson are currently at CPCA training, and they're covering training and technology. Also, the city has received training reimbursement from Post. For 2019, received $45,082, and then for 2020, the city received $25,305. That's in reimbursement for training for those years. And lastly, the Animal Care Services has 5 new volunteers that they are currently training. Staff has been very diligent in making sure that they are processing their backgrounds, and they are currently doing orientations with them. So we have a total of 6 volunteers so far.
Excellent, excellent.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear about the water resource.
Hey, Rick, how are you? Good.
So, the 4-H group canceled on Saturday?
Glad I followed up.
Oh, good. Be a good, especially for the tender water, so.
At least learn a little bit about him, and then you know, to give him a lecture. You know, Leo that works with us. He does such a great job, and he loves working down there. There he is. I already talked to him about it.
This presentation's gonna.
We first opened it, I did like a salsa garden.
Yeah, no, no.
So that's what I was hoping for.
The other thing I was thinking about, I've been reaching out
But
about.
it's okay, I'm sure we'll find someone
Okay.
else.
All resolution.
Leo,
Okay.
until he gets.
Okay.
It was not like Palm Springs or anything.
Yeah, I noticed that on their side.
About how much water you use, you know? And you gotta have it, it's the quality of life thing, you know?
Holding on?
And then working with these new landscapers, I'm sure they, you know, have to, at least they seem like it.
This time we're going to resume the meeting. We'll move now to item G3.
Good evening, council members, City Manager Miller, City Clerk Black, and the man behind the curtain, Mr. De Silva. My name's Sean Novak. I think you're going to put my presentation up there. I'm with the Water Resources Association.
Sean, can you step up closer to the microphone?
The microphone?
Yeah, thank you.
Let me put it up a little bit.
So the public can hear you.
Better watch. I might start doing my karaoke right here. My name's Sean Novak. I'm with the Water Resources Association. We represent the City of Hollister, City of San Juan Bautista, Sunny Slope County Water District, and the San Benito County Water District. Anyway, we do all their water conservation programs, water resource protection programs. It sounds like I'm a huge agency, but it's just me, and I have a 75% time person that works with me, so it's just the two of us doing our programs. But as you know, our water supply, we're fortunate here because we have a diverse water supply, but the rest of our state, we're really hurting. Our imported water just doesn't look good at all this year, so conservation is key. Everything you guys were talking about tonight, water touches somehow in one of the components. There we go, there's my slides. And anyway, it's just so important to everything that we do here. Thank you.
Point it that way, sir.
Got it. Okay. So let me give you a little brief history of the recent droughts. You may have remember the large drought that we had from 2011, 2017. Got very bad. March 2019, most of the state was declared drought-free. You'll remember in 2017 we had those floods up at Lover's Lane in that area. And we got too much water, and that's usually how it goes in California. We go dry, 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 and then floods, you know. So anyway, in 2019, most of the state was pretty much drought-free. But then we started seeing it expand again in 2020. And you all remember those bad wildfires we had in 2020. The pandemic started. It seemed like the end of the world then. It was awful. Conditions continued to deteriorate in 2020, 2021. In April of 2021, the governor declared a drought emergency. So for those of you who don't know about our water system, this is kind of a brief sketch of what it's about. If you look at the top of the picture there, you'll see that that's San Luis Reservoir. We get water that's imported through the Central Valley Project, and it's parked there at San Luis Reservoir. It's pumped through Pacheco Pass there, and right about Casa de Fruta, the pipeline, or the conduit they call it, splits in two. One part goes up to Santa Clara County. It fills up Anderson and Coyote Reservoir, and then the other half comes down here to our county. All along the way, that roughly follows 156 to Fairview, and all along the way there's little turnouts for farms and for small parcels to hook into. There's also a pipe that goes into the La Salle water treatment plant at the top of Sunny Slope in Fairview. Then it makes the turn there. It comes down Airline Highway to Union, goes into San Justo Reservoir where we can store water there. There's also the new West Hills water treatment plant there, and then the pipeline terminates in San Juan Valley. So that brings all that good imported water, which is mainly snowmelt and runoff, so it's really high quality water, which we really liked. You also see up in the top right-hand corner Hernandez Reservoir, which is way down in South County, and that captures water off our highest peak in the county, which is San Benito Mountain. It's about 5,100 feet, and it collects the water from the watershed there when we do get rain that goes through there, and it goes into Hernandez Reservoir, and we can regulate the San Benito River. And that's important because you'll see those little black pumps there going along the San Benito River. That's Sunny Slope, City of Hollister, San Juan Bautista. They have some wells, quite a few wells located near the river there, so they can help percolate water into the groundwater basin to help replenish it when we do have water back there. And then our third water supply is we have the recycled pipeline that comes from the city's reclamation plant. That pipeline goes out to the airport, and there's farms out there that can hook into that water as well. So when you look at communities like Monterey and Santa Cruz, they rely mainly on surface water. They have small groundwater basins, but we're lucky because you'll see in these next slides here, our groundwater basin is really our saving grace in times of drought. All the reservoirs, if you take Piscinas, Hernandez, and San Justo and combine them all together, it measures about 43,000 acre-feet of water. Our groundwater basin holds 500,000 acre-feet, so that's a huge amount of water. And I just put up their San Luis Reservoir just so you can get some comparison. When San Luis is full, it holds 2 million acre-feet. So we're very lucky to have a groundwater basin that has that kind of capacity. Now you'll see right before those nice rains we got in December, look, this is from the drought monitor. Look at California, it's almost all red or maroon. That's like about as extreme drought as you can get. We were really lucky to get that rain in December, and January 18th, you can see that all those red areas pretty much receded. We still have some what they call severe drought, but it's not exceptional or higher than that. So the rains really helped a lot. I don't know, can we make this bigger? Then we can blow that up. But this tells the story right here as far as our imported water go. This is a graphic on the reservoirs that hook up to the state and federal water systems. And you can see that green line that's on there represents the historical average for that date right there, January 19th. The blue is what water is in there at that current time. So we're below our historical average as far as what's in storage right now in the state and federal system. So that's why it's concerning to us. Thank you. Thank you. So what are we doing? What are we doing right now? Well, right after the governor announced that there was an emergency drought, he got together with the city, with Brad here, with the managers at the city of San Juan Bautista, Sunny Slope, and the San Benito County Water District, and we decided to initiate stage 1 of our water shortage contingency plan. Our water shortage contingency plan is wrapped up inside the urban water management plan, which we update every 5 years. It's an exercise we go through with the city, Sunny Slope, and the district. And then that gives us a chance to update any new facilities or any new circumstances that might affect us. Whoops, did I just turn something off? Thank you. So those are the guidelines for the stage 1. It's all voluntary at this point. And the reason being is the managers got together and we had a chance. We could either say, okay, let's start rationing water right now, or we could compromise our water quality because we use that good imported water to blend with our groundwater. And that's why the water quality's gotten better over the last few years. So we decided to, I'll tell you what, we'll make higher groundwater percentage in our drinking water and still won't put the public in such a tight bind as to ration the water or whatever. So you can see that we focus mainly on landscapes right now because landscapes use a lot of water in residential settings. And, those are all standard, like 3 days a week of watering, 15 minutes per station. No watering between the hours of 9 and 5 p.m. By means other than drip irrigation or hand watering. No washing down of sidewalks, that is now a state provision now that you can't do that at any time, not just during droughts. And then, of course, no runoff. And that's a little tricky around here because our soils are clay, so that water just doesn't seep in really well, and it creates pools up on top of the surface and creates runoff really easy. And that's where my agency can help people by helping you program your irrigation controller and assessing your irrigation system. Also, there's no washing of cars without using a shut-off nozzle on the end of a hose. So you just don't allow the hose to go with the water going out. And then, all the other things there, which, like most of the hotels do the linen program where they ask people if they don't want to wash their sheets or their towels, just to leave a card out. Most of the hotels do that anyway. So this isn't really a huge hardship at this time. And we've been getting mixed results. The objective was to get a 15% reduction in water use compared to pre-drought levels. And we've been going all over the place. Naturally, in December, we saw a huge reduction because we had rain, but we're hovering around 10% right now if you combine Sunny Slope and the city. So why do we focus on landscapes? If you look at this pie chart, you'll see that landscapes, irrigation and using water outside account for about 54% of residential water use. And that's why it seems like, it's easiest things for us to get our arms around, and also for people to do without, because inside the home you need sanitation, you need food, like especially during a pandemic, we need to be clean and wash our hands, so landscapes are the first one to take a hit. And why do we tell people not to use turf for decorative means? I mean, it's okay if you have animals or you have kids or you like to entertain, it's nice having a little bit of turf, but look how much water turf uses. If you had 500 square feet of turf, which isn't very big, it's probably about as big as this area around the conference table, it uses about 750 gallons of water per month. That's 9,000 gallons per year. So my agency, we're trying to promote more plants that are more appropriate for our climate and the rainfall that we get. And you'll see that on a good year, we get between 11 and 13 inches of rain. That's on an average year. Turf uses up to 60 inches, so that means you have to supplement your irrigation to make up for that difference between rainfall and what you're putting on yourself. So besides using a lot of water, it gets expensive. So during the height of the drought, we introduced a turf removal program. We're pretty successful. We got over 100,000 square feet of turf were removed through the program. We estimate that it results in approximately 1.8 million gallons of water being diverted from turf irrigation each year. And then since 2010, all the new homes being constructed have been subjected to the model water efficient landscape ordinance. And that's really helped out our cause as far as water efficiency and using less water. These new homes that are being built, they use about a quarter of the water that was being used by homes built just in the early 2000s. They're small. A lot of that is because it's smaller lots, but they've also have been built under the Green Plumbing Code and under this ordinance here. And the provisions of that, they really try to promote efficient water use and new and also retrofitted landscapes, and then limit the turf to about 25% of the landscape area. So that's really helped. So what are we doing further than what I showed you? Well, we're doing presentations like I'm doing tonight. I picked up our advertising on the local media, social media, and print. We established a water waste email address for residents to report water waste. We haven't launched it yet. We're going to wait till we get into the irrigation season a little more. Then I've asked all water agencies to review their infrastructure for leaks and repair immediately, which they're pretty good about. Right, Henry? Yeah. And I started productions on some videos for schools. And I wanted to include agricultural customers by not only with water efficiency, but nutrient management, because that helps protect our groundwater basin, and soil management, so because soil, to allow that water to percolate in, it really needs to be, worked well with amendments. In April, we're going to start our campaign a little early this year. I usually start in May, but this year we're going to start early, reaching out about efficient irrigation practices, really promote our technician, Leo Vasquez, to go out to people's homes and check their irrigation system, make sure they're running efficiently, and help them set the timers. The controller, sometimes that can be like you need an engineer sometime. Have you ever looked at one of those things? It can be really confusing, and Leo's really good with that. We have an Earth Day celebration coming up, which I usually work with Integrated Waste, Recology, and the Green Business Committee at the Chamber. And then we put out a newsletter that time of year as well as a bill insert. Then we transition into May, which is Water Awareness Month. As you know, I come before the different boards and councils and get proclamations claiming May is Water Awareness. We have a banner we put up. Again, special ads, articles for the local media. Farmers Market starts then, so I like to go down and make an appearance down there, and then kind of give you guys an update where we stand at that time. So we're asking customers to really, if you can, like I said, we're not asking you to pull up all your turf, but you look around your house. If you're not using the turf, like I took the turf out at my home, because I realized the only time I'm there is when I'm mowing it. That's the only time I'm out there. So I pulled it up. I put in some drought-tolerant plants. It looks really nice with some rocks and chips and things like that. And it doesn't take a lot of maintenance. It takes about 1/3 the maintenance that I used to use on my grass. Plus, it saves a ton of water. It saves me money, too. So I like that part of it. But also make sure that you have water-efficient equipment in your home. My agency provides free shower heads. We provide faucet aerators that hook onto your faucets. We also have free toilets. If you have one of those old water-guzzling toilets made before 1992, they're free. All you got to do is put them in. And then we ask that you try to hold off washing your car at home. All the car washes around here recycle their water. So that's, I encourage you to do that. Water plants early in the AM or at night. I prefer the AM. In the summertime, you have a chance you could get some fungus or something like that on some plants. So the morning, I prefer. I know some of you water guys out there is like, don't put such a big push on the water in the morning, but that's best for the plants. When you can, use a broom. I do realize you do have to use water outside you got something sticky on the sidewalk or something, it won't come up with a broom, but if you can use a broom for most of the cleaning outside your house, please do so. Repair leaks immediately. We can help you with my agency. If you think you have a leak, we'll come out to your house. Again, it's a free service. We'll help you locate that, and if we can fix it, if it's like a toilet flap or something like that, we carry those on the truck and we can take care of that for you. Or we can at least try to find it for you and tell you what your next steps are. And then I tell people with pools, please put a cover on. In the summertime, we see pools, they can evaporate 3 inches a day when we start getting hot. So that's a lot of water. So just to show you how we've been successful in reducing our water use around here, in 1998, water use was 220 gallons per person per day. In the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, we see that's gone down to 117 gallons per person per day. That includes all your water inside your house, outside your house, your landscaping, all that stuff. So we're almost cut it in half, which is great. 2015, during the last drought, the governor said we want everybody to reduce their water use 25% from pre-drought levels. Our area, we stepped up and we actually exceeded that amount by 3%, but still, we exceeded that amount. I was pretty proud of that. Everybody gets it, So just to let people know, if we hear that instructions from the state again, we'd have to get down to 88 gallons per person per day to meet that goal, which I know we can do it. We just have to tighten it up. So if we have to, if the drought gets worse, we're thinking of bringing back the turf removal program again. I'm looking for state funds and might ask for local funds if we need to. Do some incentives, maybe have a $250 gift card upon completion of WaterWise landscape transition. My agency also provides free WaterWise landscape plans, and they're pretty easy to follow. They're kind of like paint by numbers, where it has a diagram and it says this color goes here. It tells you the botanical name, the common name, what size pot to buy, and where to put them in the ground. So that's pretty cool. I know the city and Sunny Slope are working on a leak notification program, where if you do have a leak, they'll notify you right away so you can take action and not let it go. I know in the future we're looking at technology. Some of the new technology out is you can put this stuff on your phone about your water usage. You can actually shut off your water main from your phone, which would be great. Like somebody had a house out of the area, they had a leak, they couldn't get up there right away, shut the water down. That would be great. Then little things like, use recycled water for construction and or dust control instead of potable water, which I think should be done all the time. It's just, I guess, difficult to fill the trucks up at the time. So anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if you look at the snow, it was like 160% of normal in December. I checked it this morning, we're already at 82% of our historical average for this time. It's really warm, it's melting. We saw this in 2013, same type of thing. We got a really good snowpack early in the year, and it melted off, and the ground was so dry it just sucked up all the water before it even made it to the reservoir. So it sounds like we're in another situation like that. I mean, there's still a chance for some storms to come through, but all the long-range forecasts say it's going to be dry. There's also some things we're looking at right now. There's some new social media platforms out. It's called Bright Action. I'm looking at this with some of my partners in the community about it gets people to take action, and they can compare what other people are doing in the city and maybe give some feedback for some ideas that they may have and get everybody in the spirit to save water. So we're looking at trying to get technology, word of mouth, print ads, anything we can to try to get people to be as efficient with water as possible. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And I entertain any questions from anybody.
Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you. It was very informative. I appreciate it very much. In your presentation, you listed stage 1. Are we currently officially in stage 1?
We proclaimed stage 1 in May of this last year. And we've stayed at that level for now. But like I said, our imported waters, we're going to get nothing, no allocations like that. We might be taking it up to stage 2.
And what would trigger stage 2, and what does stage 2 look like, please?
It would just be that we had a, much more severe drought. It would be our imported waters would be slashed, our imported water supply. And stage 2 is essentially stage 1, but mandatory.
Okay.
Last time we went through this in 2015, we got the code enforcement from the city to help us. They were going out in the early morning and on weekends. We had a spreadsheet that we maintain in Google Documents. That way I could get into it and the other agencies could get into it. They'd make a note of the address, what the violation was, and then I would follow up with a letter and phone call. And the good thing about that is I would say 90% of the time, most people complied. They either didn't know or just weren't paying attention, And most people, when you approached them, I didn't get anybody that got angry. Most people were thankful that we brought it to their attention. And like I said, they turned things around and complied with the ordinances. So we have to do that. We're prepared to do that. And then we'll need the city's help. And I know you guys are ready to step in. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Miller, I'm wondering if there'd be a way to take one or more of the slides from Mr. Novak in regards to the stage and put that type of stuff in our utility bills, because I'm honestly not convinced many people know we're even in stage 1, and the concern about having to roll to stage 2. I think education would be good. I'm wide open. I don't know, but if we could, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll work with Sean to get something into our utility bills. We
Okay.
Yeah,
usually do about this
it
time.
is hard getting, as you guys know, getting the word out to the people here. I do have articles, I have ads, and people just are oblivious. And I understand people are very busy, especially the commuters. They're just trying to survive more than anything. So I understand that. But the main thing I want to get across today is we are in drought. It is a severe situation. It's not the end of the world, but we do have to be very careful with our water use. In my agency, it's a free agency. We got all kinds of ways we can help you with water use, leak checks, irrigation assistance, free shower heads. And people would just call us, have us come out to their house. It only takes us a half hour to 45 minutes. We can check to see if there's any leaks, make sure their irrigation controllers are working, and they have all the latest low flow devices that we can provide. And it's well worth it. Not only will they save water, they'll save money and help the rest of the community. So it's a win for everybody.
Right. And so when you're doing these free services, do you have a COVID protocol for people that might be concerned about that?
Absolutely, yeah. Leo's pretty much he's my only technician, but when he goes in, he masked up. He tries to keep social distancing. We've both been vaccinated with our boost and everything. So we were very wary of that, and we were very concerned about other people, especially because we go to a lot of older people's homes too, like out in Ridgemark. So we're very good about that. So feel free to call us.
Thank you. I guess the last thing I just wanted to tee you up for is earlier in this evening, this council passed a couple maintenance contracts for landscape walls, and I've asked the city to partner with you in Sunny Slope to look at irrigation as well as drought tolerant and resistant plantings as well. And so I know we've
I'd be more than happy to do that, but let me tell you right now, any landscape contractor that works in California, if he doesn't know his drought-tolerant plants and no efficient irrigation, you shouldn't hire him, in my opinion. So, but I'd be more than happy. I would be more than happy to work with him.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Did you have a question, Ms. Morales?
I just have a comment. Love for my residents in District 3, or facilitate any in any district, to be able to facilitate actually going to the various communities and doing a presentation.
Absolutely.
Also, I'm not sure if we have a youth advisory council, if those seats are filled, but I would love for our youth advisory council to partner with you. I know in other jurisdictions we use youth advisory councils. They develop digital marketing campaigns where they're able to reach, 10,000, 20,000 folks in a very short period of time.
The schools they've been wonderful until the pandemic. It's been really hard for me to maneuver in there, but we were reaching about 2,000 students a year with our programs, because we take them on field trips to the water treatment plant, to the wastewater plant. Plus I tell them the issues surrounding water, and plus for high school kids, it's a great career. And there's, you think about it, there's a wastewater plant and a water treatment plant in every city across the whole country. It pays well, You don't need a 4-year degree to get into the business, you know, at an entry-level position. So it's a good way for a lot of kids around here who may not have the wherewithal to go to a 4-year university. And Gavilan teaches a whole water resource course, so it's a great thing to get into.
And if you have a video or short presentation of either 5 to 10 or 15 seconds, I'd be more than happy to share that with my list as well.
With who? I'm sorry.
With my list, my distribution list.
I would be glad to send you that. And on my website too, I just want to tell people on wrasbc.org, we have several videos that are seasonal in nature that tell you what to do for each season. I also have the importance of groundwater, some of the future challenges facing us in the future. So there's a lot of information on our website. There's also some great water saving ideas. But the main thing is call us, 637-4378. We'll come out to your home, do a personal assessment of your home, and make sure you're using water efficiently. That would really help out.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you.
Do we have any speakers? Comment cards?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update. We'll now move to item G4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. On December 20th, we made, the council made committee appointments and alternates for 2022. And we have discovered that the governance committee was assigned Councilmember Morales and Councilmember Perez, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Perez, excuse me. But we also need an alternate member for that committee. So I would be asking for an alternate member.
I thought I was that second member, so I'll be willing to be that
Okay.
person. That's all right
Unless you
with the
guys want to
council?
do a switch on who's permanent and who's alt.
No.
No?
No. Good. Why mess up a good thing?
On the Central Coast Community Energy 3CE, the City of Hollister holds both seats for the Policy Board and the Operations Board until December 31st, 2022. Staff recommends assigning an elected official as the alternate for the Policy Board. Staff also recommends assigning a city staff member as the alternate for the Operations Board.
Christine, I thought operations was the city managers.
Yes, I'm sorry, city staff member as an alternate for the Operations Board. So for the Policy Board, we currently have Councilmember Morales. I need a council alternate, please.
There, I'm not going to go again. I'll tell you that. I think I had the same experience as Councilmember Burns with that 700 form. You had that. Oh, I was so frustrated with them. Not going to visit them again.
All right, break out the short straw.
Oh, I'm not drawing anything. So.
No, okay.
I'm not.
Then for the Operations Board, our member is Vice Mayor Perez, I'm sorry. And we need a staff alternate, which would be.
No, like I say, the operations board is usually staff.
Yeah, so
Mr. Which
Perez
is
can be alternate.
Yeah, which is myself.
According to Heather at 3CE, she said that we need. She recommended that we assign an elected official as an alternate for the Policy Board and assigning a city staff member as an alternate for the Operations Board.
Okay.
So if you want to put Councilmember Perez, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Perez as the alternate for the Policy Board, I think we also need a council member for the Operations Board.
No, the
No,
Operations
you
Board
need
would be
staff, you need an
staff
alternate
member.
staff member, and I can get you that.
I get to be alternate for the policy board and current member of the operations board. Why does that sound like a setup? Because I'm not going to do that.
You're not part of the operations board.
The only part of the.
So I just need an
I'm on
alternate.
enough councils and committees. I'd like to see, I don't know, I'd like to get if I could get a copy, a new copy.
As soon as tonight's over, I'll send an updated copy to
of all the
everybody, yeah.
committees, because I want to make sure that everyone's getting the fair share, because I'm getting more than enough of my share.
So I have no alternate then for the Policy Board is what I'm hearing, and City Manager Miller will be the staff alternate for the operations. Is that
No,
correct?
no, I am this, I am the staff, but I'll get you a staff alternate name.
Oh, okay.
So the question is, Mr. Perez currently is considered, you thought you were
The operations
member.
board.
Yeah, I thought he was the
So-
alternate.
Can you just switch that to the alternate?
So
is
that
the
would be,
question.
you would only attend if Councilmember Morales could not attend.
I understand that. See, is there any other council members here?
I'm not going there again.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take it. But it's like, where's all the fairness and equity and
We're on
And-
board.
and all that stuff?
And if it turns out that we do need a council member for the operations board, like I think it is, then Rick, I'm gonna put you back over there.
I can take that, if this isn't why,
You would be for both?
that's fine.
Thank you.
It's complicated, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 3CE too. Oh.
And I'll send an email out to clarify that, but that's what I heard. Then for the Monterey Bay Area Resources District, MBARD, the City of Hollister appointed a member to this committee in error in December of 2021.
I'll take it.
This committee, this committee has a 2-year term alternating between San Benito and Santa Cruz County. Santa Cruz County is currently on their 2nd year of their term, so it's The next appointment for this committee for San Benito County, City of Hollister, will be December of 2023. So if we could just rescind the appointment of Councilmember Morales, just for the record, we don't appoint till 2023.
All right, is there consensus on that? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it.
Now we'll move to item G5.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is your Hollister Fire Department Annual Report. Once we get it pulled up. All right. Well, as they get that, I'm going to go ahead and go through some of the slides real quick here. Hollister Fire Department's mission is to provide and enhance the quality of life through public safety and life safety, fire compliance by adhering to the fire code, and provide for a safe environment. So your table of contents, what you're going to be getting through the annual report. My message, I'm pleased to bring the annual report to council and the community. It's going to provide you with statistical information, calls throughout the year, breakdown of location, District 1 through District 4. Also, the department last year faced a multitude of challenges with the pandemic, with strike team assignments throughout the state, had 5 deployments, and through it all, we maintained the continuity of operation. So although we were faced with a considerable amount of out of the ordinary anomalies, we were still able to provide the community with the same level of support that it usually experiences when we don't have pandemic. This year, we're going to be looking at a community-based strategic plan, and I'm working with the county and RMA, the county RMA, about trying to develop a Station 5 out at San Juan Oaks, and a renewal of all of our auto aid agreements with CAL FIRE, Gilroy, and the various agencies surrounding us. Introduction, 1,400 square area miles. We provide service to San Juan Bautista, San Benito County, and the City of Hollister as a shared service agreement. Prior to this contract, we had 3 different agencies 3 different forms of training, all under the State Fire Marshal's office in 3 different budgets, with us managing this contract, which is extremely unique. I believe we are the only city in the state of California that has a county contract and provides support throughout the state. So with that, there's an elimination of duplication of effort in this county. So exactly what a shared service agreement entails. This year, we're purchasing apparatus. The department has completed an academy and put 6 personnel in place that we had to replace from retirements, from moving on to other jobs and so forth. And we've promoted several firefighters to positions of greater authority, and also we responded to over 4,039 calls. This is District 1. As you can see, that's the yellow outlined area is the downtown area, the area that we're in right now. We experienced 1,884 calls. Most of those calls are rescue and emergency services. As we know, so 61% of the calls in District 1 were medical aids. Most of them, and what I'll do next time is identify them by vehicle accidents also as part of the rescue. I think we're going to need to start taking notice as the community grows how many vehicle accidents that we're experiencing in different jurisdictions. District 2 South, that's your just in and around the area of Ridgemark, Union Road, the Target area. They experienced over 1,500 calls, and the greater majority of those calls were medical aids, vehicle accidents, and rescue, at a total of 988 calls. District 2 is split up in 2 positions, or in 2 zones. District 2 South and District 2 East. District 2 East is, I'd say, anything below Volado Park, Tres Pinos. And as you can see, you only had 20 calls there. Because it's not that densely populated. So that's pretty much common of the area. District 3 being the northern area, the purple outlined area, you have a total of 338 calls, and 58% of those calls were medical aids, rescues, and other services. You got 198 calls in that. District 4, out in the San Juan Bautista area, the green shaded area, they had 272 calls, with 57% of those being rescue, emergency services, vehicle accidents, a total of 160. The unique thing about this is the west side district of this fire protection contract is coming from San Juan Bautista, where they come into our area a lot more than we go into their area for them to provide us support in our western districts. Today, as a matter of fact, they came in all the way into Primrose, which is just past Beverly, in order to do a public assist. We had to get somebody out of their car and into a different vehicle. Because they were experiencing some significant difficulty due to unfortunately, their size. The engine that normally handles that area had to go all the way down to the Pinnacles in order to do a rescue. So that was a 4-hour call, just that one call. And just because that one call happened, the continuity of operations still had to maintain. All districts, 64,000 population as of the 2020 census. You have 1,400 square area miles, a total of 4,039 calls, and 2,511 of those calls were rescue and emergency services. That number you see up top right there is a state mandate, State Bill 1205. And what State Bill 1205 does, it ensures that just this jurisdiction will not have a ghost ship fire like Oakland did. So it's a requirement for the fire marshal of this district to do inspections on hotels, jails, hospitals, institutions, large gathering areas, and areas of concern that can put us in a predicament like Oakland did. And I hate bringing up that jurisdiction, but I mean, it's an example that we all have to use, and we don't want to suffer through it. Some of the accomplishments, we still do our outreach of first aid bilingual, English and Spanish, Safe Kids Coalition, which is the Buckle Up Baby, fleet management. We're buying a county Type 1. We're expecting it in August. The Type 1 engine are the engines that fight structure fires on the pavement. We have an off-road Type 6, which is the smaller apparatus that's going to be providing wildland urban interface support due June 22nd. An off-road water tender, delayed by COVID, so the chassis haven't been developed yet because of the material. And also with the Type 3 off-road, the chassis wasn't prepared because of the material. And we have a $1.5 million budget approved for a ladder truck. We still have we just received our OES Type 6 rig, which is another off-road rig. So when the city of Hollister gets deployed to a state deployment, a state assignment, we use their vehicles. So we don't have to put our apparatus in any kind of danger or any wear and tear. Chief Dover there applied for a $600,000 grant to buy auto extrication equipment, which is the Jaws of Life, saws, spreaders, tools to do vehicle extrication. He bought 3 sets, and those 3 sets are for regional use, and they're helping out Aromas, San Benito County, and the city of Hollister. Last year we went on 1 assignment, 5 strike teams, deployments, weather events, and positioning for expected potential weather events. Software upgrades, that's just some of the data that we use to archive our information. Training, the number you see there, 214 hours, is a minimum of what firefighters do for their annual training, which is something that the Fire Marshal's Office mandates for our firefighters to continue to provide service. There's outside training that they take also that probably doubles or triples that number right there. And I'll get those numbers as soon as I get a tally of it. This is a little soon in the calendar year for us to generate those numbers. The training tower that you see there is the training tower at the treatment plant that was purchased with grant funding from the Monterey Peninsula Foundation at a total of $600,000. It's a regional training facility. Next month, Gilroy Police Department's SWAT team is going to use it to clear out buildings and use it for their canine team. Fire prevention, they went over 1,700 inspections last year in the calendar year. As you see, some of the inspections, the inspections I was talking about on SB 1205 are the hotels, the apartments, the schools, and the jails. And then you have other inspections, which is mainly new construction in some of the businesses downtown. The graph you see on the right-hand side is the graph of this current fiscal year, which is July through December 31st, and you have a total of 1,123 actual inspections, which shows us by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year, it's going to probably be doubled what we did last year because of the growth and the construction. Funding sources. You're correct in your statement, Mayor, about the city of Hollister doing its best to try to get outside funding sources from either the state, Monterey Peninsula Foundation being a private entity, or the feds. 1/3 of the Hollister Fire Department's budget comes from an outside funding source. You have the fire contract at $2.26 million. You have fire impact fees of $272,000. The FEMA Safer grant last year was up and around $500,000. And you have strike team reimbursements. So every time our folks go out on a strike team, they get a reimbursement plus a 10% admin fee, which is incorporated into the reimbursement of a total of $308,000. Fire prevention itself last year generated $500 $20,000. And that was for cost recovery of our fire marshal and whoever else he can go get with him who's qualified to do inspections on new construction, on the SB 1205, and anything that was brought to our attention. This right here is a slide that kind of basically explains our intent with the contract and the fire protection that we provide within the county. It boils down all three entities, all three jurisdictions into one administrative management, one budget, and one single line of effort so we can provide the best service to the community. We're comprised of operations, training, planning, logistics, and administration with the Bureau of Fire Prevention to help with the mitigating effort of minimizing all the fire calls that we have out there. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
All right. thank you.
Appreciate it. HIJ and K, there is no business. Is there a consensus to move back into closed session? Oh, yeah. Party
Yes.
got over.
So,
We'll move back into closed session now.
speechless. Yes.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks for showing up early. I know it was a long day for you.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you.
What's that? You were gonna do you were gunning for him, so jet it out. Okay. Did you mark it off? Yeah. Oh my God. I'll look it up. I'll see what it says. Thank you. Yeah.
We got it.
I just say did this.
Brett, let me ask you something. I just heard the chief's report and I chose to not go back. But he talked about bringing in $500,000 in fire protection. Is that contrary to what I heard Charlie say?
Yeah, we're gonna add that.
So where's the proof line?
Scout. So how many Mexicans does it take to put in a light bulb? Three. I mean, it's one to get the window. Everybody just came to me. Well, that's how we get to it. No, three to hold the ladder, one to hold the light bulb, two to turn the ladder.
So I'd say the same thing that I did with Irishman. Only Irishman is the one to hold the light bulb, 6 to drink until the rest. I had to run an action because there is no issue.
I forgot my glasses and I can't see them.
You want mine? Your cheers.
Ah, good. Thank you.
Yeah, it was getting, sounded loud, so we left. Over there. We're on, no.
It wasn't about it. It wasn't about nothing, it was just about nothing.
So this morning before work, I watched the Return of the Pink Panther, and that one's gotta be my favorite.
The old one?
Yeah, it's the one with Peter Sellers where they do the laughing gas. Oh my God, I was dying, and I got to see the part where his nose melts and he pulls the wrong tooth. Oh my gosh, I was laughing so hard. Those gotta be my favorite. I like those old movies.
Okay, that's like that one, I can't think of his name.
Steve Martin did the remake of
Yeah, Steve Martin.
Peter Sellers.
There's one that's like from Laughing. Yeah. Oh, I can't remember their names. They were so funny, doing the demo. It was like Carol Burnett show type stuff. You know, it's where they're just like live and it's like, they're just trying to stop not to laugh. Yeah, that's right. And it's just that much more funnier. I mean, you can't stop laughing.
Tim Conway.
Yeah, Tim Conway, yeah.
Who was the other?
Tim Conway, Tim Conway was a short one, right?
Yeah.
And then there was the
other
bigger
guy
guy.
was,
And they did the one on the dental chair and it's like,
My best friend that I'm gonna go see next month when I take vacation is, she has tickets to see Carol Burnett with the kids and her clients. And
she's still alive? Oh man, the old Laughing, Hee-Haw, those are funny. That's when comedy was funny.
Love American, I used to watch Love American Style,
American Style.
doing it in red light.
Good luck, buddy.
Fire, good.
Another committee meeting.
Christine, sorry, they got started a little early. I mean, I think I got one signature done. Before they called me, but I'll get to that as soon as we do this report. And they adjourn.
Just about another half hour, we'll be done.
I don't care, I'd rather have a late evening than a whole Saturday time.
Let's have another presentation. What happened to our 5-minute rule?
You guys are all fired up now?
We need to make sure at the very beginning, we got 5 minutes, that's it. Otherwise, we're repeating the same stuff.
You need to tell people that.
Well,
you're very
didn't we hear that water resource one like 3 times?
We gotta make sure, right, remind the 5-minute.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's, I don't know how they forget that so quickly.
All right.
I don't think Roland's calling back. Is he back in already? Look at him.
I'm here.
Look at you go. This time we're going to resume the meeting of February 7th, 2022. City Attorney, will you please report out for closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that regarding those items agendized for closed session discussion, the city council discussed those items and direction was given to staff, and the city council recessed from closed session at 10:26 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, Mayor, because we're partially Zoom, do we need to do a roll call?
Oh, we need a roll call. Forgot. Roland took off. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Resendez?
Aye.
Good catch.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 unanimously.
Thank you.